Good morning. I'm Zach Rubin. I'm the chair of the City's Commission on Human Rights, and I'm your MC for today. So our first speaker is going to be Mayor Brian Treece. So let me introduce him real quick, and we'll get the program moving along. Brian Treece was elected mayor of Columbia in April 2006 after serving as chairman of the Downtown Leadership Council and the City of Columbia's Historic Preservation Commission. As mayor, Brian Treece serves on the board of the Regional Economic Development Incorporated and Missouri Innovation Center to incubate and accelerate new business startups. During his first 2 years as mayor, the City Council has continued to move Columbia forward with a social equity strategic plan, reforming Columbia's development code to better protect neighborhoods and improve affordable housing options with initiatives such as Patriot Place, Welcome Home, and the Community Land Trust. Brian Treece moved to Columbia more than 30 years ago to attend and graduate from the University of Missouri. He and his family live in Columbia's Old Southwest neighborhood. So please join me in welcoming the mayor, Brian Treece.
Well, good morning, and welcome to the 2018 Fair Housing and Lending Seminar, or welcome back if you were with us yesterday. I'd like to thank each of you for coming here today, and we're also joined with Councilman Carl Scala and Councilman Michael Trapp with us this evening. Together, we make housing opportunities a priority on the City Council. I also want to thank and recognize Rose Wibbenmeyer for organizing the last 2 days with us here today, the speakers and the sponsors and the quality talks that we've been receiving. Thank you, Rose. And to each of our speakers and sponsors, Rigel Oliveri, Eric Kreikel, Gary Kramer, Elizabeth Reich, Nate Johnson yesterday, Randy Cole, and the Building Inclusive Communities team, the Missouri Commission on Human Rights, of course, the Columbia Board of Realtors that were here yesterday, the Columbia Housing Authority, the Columbia Apartment Association, and our sponsor, Central Bank of Boone County, that provided the lovely breakfast this morning, as well as Zach Rubins and the City of Columbia's Human Rights Commission and the Disabilities Commission for joining us on this journey. It's really part of our mission to end the systemic and institutional housing discrimination that has occurred not just here in Columbia, but throughout the country, and really create a beloved community where all of our citizens feel welcome, where all citizens have the opportunity to afford a safe and affordable and open home to better support their families and our neighborhoods and our community. Yesterday I told you about a story in the Columbia Missourian back in 2008 about Miles Manor. You may have remembered my conversation or read it in today's paper. But the Missourian has done some great work in continuous and in-depth coverage of these issues. There was another story in 2008 by Megan Rowland called A Street Divided. You should look it up, and I'll post it on my Twitter or Facebook page later today. From July of 2008. For 4 months, she walked the 2.5-mile stretch of Garth Avenue, from the very first house at number 1 Garth, South Garth, all the way across Broadway, all the way across the business loop until it turned into North Garth in the Parkade neighborhood. And she knocked on every door, and she talked to every resident that would speak to her. And her story was enlightening. What she found were actually 3 different cities, all along that same stretch of road. You had a predominantly white, owner-occupied, south of Broadway. You had a very mixed, predominantly African-American, about 20% owner-occupied in this midsection of Garth from Broadway to the business loop. That had been interspersed with hodgepodge of zoning laws, including some residential and even some commercial along the way. And then you finally had a more integrated neighborhood when it stretched into North Garth. As a student of history and a former chair of the city's Historic Preservation Commission, I was struck by this, and I hadn't read the story in 10 years, and in the back of my mind it seemed like it had just been a couple years ago that this story had run. I was surprised that it was actually 10 years old, but the points it made were still relevant today. I'm always curious as to how our streets get named. In this case, Garth Avenue was named in the late 1800s for Jefferson Garth. He was a cattle farmer, a slave owner, and at one point a gravel path was cut through the middle of his farm from Broadway up to what soon became Highway 40. Eventually, that gravel path became a road, and the property along that street were sold into lots and named Garth Avenue. He was a prominent slave owner. There are a number of advertisements in the Columbia Statesman at the time, between 1854 and 1862, looking for lost or escaped or runaways. And he warned Columbians in these newspaper articles not to hire his slaves without his permission. It wasn't until 1916 that Garth Avenue was connected to the farm to the south, and you think we have controversial and sometimes confrontational zoning changes. I can think of a few in my last 2 years where we talk about putting roads through and neighbors don't want that road to go through. In this case, Dr. Stewart did not want his farm interrupted by Garth Avenue. And ultimately, the decision was made to extend Garth south of Broadway and connect it to the street that went through Dr. Stewart's farm, Stewart Road. Since then, Broadway has served as a boundary with whites on the south and blacks on the north. That boundary was actually codified in a 1935 urban land use plan adopted by the City Council. We hired a firm called Hare and Hare Associates. They designed the Country Club Plaza. They designed the Grasslands subdivision. They also put together a plan for Columbia that described Broadway as, quote, the natural boundary between high-density living to the north and lower-density living to the south. And that plan explicitly identifies Broadway as the boundary between white and black residents. It even includes a map that labels North Garth as the Negro section of town. Jason Gendrich was a PhD student at the University of Missouri. He did a compelling PhD thesis on Columbia's land use planning models. And he identified, if you ever wondered why Edgewood Avenue turns into Aldea when you cross Broadway, and when you cross Walnut, it turns into Alexander. It was to denote when you were leaving the white part of town and moving into the black part of town. It was to identify and so as to not to stigmatize those who lived south of Broadway, that they might live in the same section of town as those who live on perhaps a north Edgewood. Of course, that mid-Garth Avenue eventually became a hodgepodge of zoning. They opted for more high-density residential uses like R2 and duplexes, and even some commercial properties that were dropped in occasionally. And even as late as the 2000 census in Columbia, the housing along Garth between Broadway and Business Loop was more than 80% renter occupied, while the property south of Broadway on Garth Avenue was 20 to 40% renter occupied. Some of you may know that about 15 years ago, I bought the last shotgun house at the corner of Garth and Worley. It was always a source of curiosity for people in the neighborhood. I would drive by it every day when I lived in that neighborhood. It was always well maintained. It was always well cared for. It was a safe place for kids that were walking home from school. They could drop in and visit with the elderly African-American woman who lived there. Shotgun house, of course, was so named because you could open up the front door and open up the back door and shoot a gun all the way through it. You had a room in the front that was the living room. You had a room in the middle that was often the bedroom, and you had a room in the back that was the kitchen. We donated that house to the Boone County Historical Society and physically picked it up from that lot and moved it out to what I lovingly refer to as an architectural petting zoo at the Boone County Historical Society, where it's probably had the best life it's seen in 100 years. It's got a new foundation and a new roof, and the original siding has been painted. And the great Chris Campbell and the great folks at the Boone Historical Society are working to make that a living memorial, a museum to the Land Reclamation Commission that, in effect, removed a lot of the derelict and houses in that area. The The author of the Columbia Missourian story, A Street Divided, ends her story by standing in the third floor of the Columbia Public Library and looking out the window at Grant Elementary, named after Ulysses S. Grant. And she remarks how kids of all races, and our son went to Grant Elementary, and there's probably 27 different languages that are spoke there and a number of countries that are represented there. And she says on the playground you can see black kids and white kids and Latinos and Asians all playing together, but when the final bell rings, the division occurs, one family at a time, she writes. Of those on foot, the black children, with few exceptions, head north along Garth Avenue across Broadway, and their white children, with a few exceptions, head south. This effort to integrate and balance not just our zoning laws, but our community is still, in many ways, a work in progress. Last year, the City Council set out on an ambitious reform, many years in the making, to update Columbia's outdated zoning code, to better apply those rigorous standards and equity to every neighborhood, and so that we no longer allow people to do in someone else's neighborhood that they wouldn't do to their own neighbor. It's that love thy neighbor commandment, regardless of who they might be, that has inspired our next presentation. At this time, could I have James and Kathy Bayless come forward? And Councilman Trapp, would you join us? So James and Kathy operate Fresh Start Management. They buy and rehabilitate dilapidated Central City houses and offer them as low-cost rentals to individuals in recovery. Through their efforts, 60 individuals have the stability of a home while focusing on the challenges of day-to-day recovery. The Baylesses' use of their time and their personal resources and treasure to help others recover from the ravages of alcoholism and substance abuse disorders, while rebuilding our community and improving our neighbors by improving substandard housing. And by integrating those who feel lost in recovery into the fiber of our community, they're also creating the stability that are needed. And they've continued this journey as they too have faced challenges with Kathy's struggle with cancer. I want to share a proclamation that Councilman Trapp and I have worked together on. Whereas Kathy and James Bayless have powerful personal stories of recovery from substance use disorders, and whereas having an affordable, sober living environment is essential for many individuals early in recovery, and whereas Kathy and James started Fresh Start Property Management to address this unmet need in Columbia, and whereas Fresh Start has purchased and restored 11 dilapidated houses throughout Central Columbia by providing housing and recovery support to 60 low-income individuals in recovery from substance use disorders. And whereas Fresh Start homes allow an individual in recovery an opportunity to live and interact with others on similar paths of personal growth, Fresh Start homes are located on bus routes and within walking and biking distance from downtown, and treatment centers and business districts and 12-step meetings and social service centers. Fresh Start has not only helped its residents, but also preserved affordable building stock, maintained the physical character of Central Columbia, and helped stabilize our neighborhoods. Now, therefore, I, Brian Treese, Mayor of the City of Columbia, proclaim Friday, April 6th as Kathy and James Bayless Day in the City of Columbia. Thank you, of course. Yesterday, I quoted Dr. King's speech on Soldier Field in July of 1966 in Chicago. You may have heard me reference that shared garment of destiny. James and Kathy, by their acts, embody this. They're showing that those people who are facing difficult challenges, both in recovery and in our community and rebuilding the lives that are there for them, they too have a place in our community. And by restoring homes in the Central City, they're showing neighborhoods that they care, and they're helping create that community with, again, that tapestry, that garment of destiny with many, many fibers. You too have the opportunity to change our community and the power to change lives. Access to fair and affordable housing is the power to provide opportunity to others, whether that be the opportunity to get a quality education, to have access to health care, to get a fresh food, fresh job opportunities, transportation, or even recovery. I want to thank you for coming today and for joining us on this journey. I wish you great luck in your studies today, and thank you for helping us build this beloved community.
Wow, the mayor's always a tough act to follow. I don't have the same power to proclaim things, but I will proclaim that to be really awesome. That is really cool. Just a few housekeeping things before we get into the rest of the speakers for today. Smile, you're on camera. Not all of you, but the speakers, and then for the question and answer period, the microphone in the center there. So we'll ask for the people viewing at home that if you do have questions of the speakers as they go through the program, that you will come and ask your question there, or if you're really, really eager, I know Rose has a microphone in the back. And Bill has a microphone over there. But for the benefit of the people who couldn't be here but are listening from home, if you do have a question, we'll ask that you use a microphone. Bathrooms, as you probably know, are located in the lobby, so you take a right out that door, turn right at the robot, and then just beyond the robot, there's the bathrooms on the right again. If you go just past the bathrooms on the left, there's an awesome display of Columbia's history around fair housing ordinance that Rose worked really hard to put together. So if you get a chance during one of the breaks, I highly recommend that you check that out. Today's program has also been approved for 5.4 MCLE hours. If you are an attorney and you would like those hours, make sure you sign in at the registration table. And it's also been billed as an inclusive excellence event. So if you're going through that passport of inclusive excellence programs, you can get your passport stamped at the registration table as well. Your materials include a survey, so make sure you fill that out. And you'll want to turn that in. There's a box there at the end of the day. You can drop it in there, or if you have to leave before the end of the day, please make sure that you do give some feedback to continue making this event a great thing in the future. So, with the housekeeping out of the way, I'm going to introduce our first major speaker of the day, Randy Cole. Just a little bit of his bona fides. Randy holds a master's degree in public administration from the Truman School of Public Affairs. He worked for Central Missouri Community Action as the Energy Conservation Coordinator, where he oversaw the Department of Energy's low-income weatherization program, serving 8 counties in mid-Missouri. Randy is the housing program supervisor for the city of Columbia. He oversees the city's affordable housing efforts as well as other community and economic development efforts funded in part by the Community Development Block Grant and the HOME program. Randy will be presenting an update on the city's affordable housing and the city's new community land trust, which I'm particularly excited about because I have a friend that's looking to buy one of those. But let's welcome Randy Cole.
Thank you, Zach, and thank you, Mayor Teresa. That was a great lead into the day, and as well as some of the information I'm going to cover. And also, thanks to Rose Wibbenmeyer. She does a great job putting this event together every year, and it's a lot of work, but it seems to get better and better every year that we do it. So today I'm going to cover 2 topics: affirmatively furthering fair housing as it relates to the city requirements. That's a mouthful, but it's extremely important. It's important that the city demonstrate it does it. And then also was going to relate to some of our affordable housing needs as well as what community land trusts are. And Rose asked me to also tie in the Columbia Community Land Trust as it relates to affirmatively furthering fair housing and affordable housing in general. So we could go a lot of directions with this. So my goal is to give you some good firm foundation in each of those two topics, and then if we have some time at the end, I'll take some questions. So excuse me for the text-heavy slide here, but this is our HUD regs taken directly from them on what we're required to do as a city in terms of affirmatively furthering fair housing. And HUD says that means taking meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from the barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected characteristics. So that is a big responsibility that we have to do. So not only did we need to take those laws off the books that were discriminatory, we have to show that we're taking meaningful actions to undo some of those discriminatory policies of the past. And we've done that in the past through a tool called the Analysis to Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, or the AI. That's how we demonstrated to HUD that we're doing all of these things, that we're affirmatively furthering fair housing, and that's how we've done that in the past. More recently, under the Obama administration, we were required with a new final rule to do what's called the Assessment of Fair Housing. What's interesting with the change in administrations, there was an effort to take that law off the books, so to speak, and for cities to not be required to do the more robust process of the Assessment of Fair Housing need. But that went to court, and the court ruled against the new administration and said, no, you can't take that law off the book. What's been interesting since then is there's been a new effort to delay its implementation. So we'd been planning as a city to start our new Fair Housing Task Force to meet the new robust requirements of the Assessment of Fair Housing. But in December, there was an announcement that we were going to be delayed in being required to implement that rule. So presents a lot of challenges. Definitely see some challenges at our HUD field office. Didn't get a lot of specific direction, but who knows, that might go to court, so it seems like it'd be a good effort to go ahead and do our assessment of fair housing, but doing it under the name of our Analysis to Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, just to make sure we're covered in case that all goes to court. So that kind of shows the challenges of working between different entities and how federal policy can really impact local policy and our abilities to be effective. So what does it mean more specifically to affirmatively further fair housing? It means we have to address disparities in housing. We have to make sure people have access to opportunities in their neighborhoods, meaning jobs, good transportation, good neighborhood amenities. We have to transform racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty into areas of opportunity, and then fostering and maintaining compliance with civil rights and fair housing laws. Really, bullet points 3 and 4 for me are really powerful because it tells us we need to do two things. We need to make sure all different types of people, no matter what cultural or ethnic background you come from, that you're able to have social mobility and have choice of where you live in the community. But then also, we need to be investing in neighborhoods that maybe have been disinvested in the past or that have some racially concentrated areas. So we really need to be doing two different things there that are very important. So we have a new Fair Housing Task Force that the application period is open through the end of this week. It's going to consist of 16 members, 2 council co-chairpersons, some folks from existing boards and commissions that relate to the effort, and then a diverse cross-section of community members. But if there's interest from people in this audience, the city is taking applications through the end of today, and the council will hopefully have a good enough pool or a broad enough pool to make appointments in one of the upcoming meetings. So the purpose of the group, the main purpose will be to make sure we meet our AFFH requirements for our consolidated plan. Because if we don't, as a community, demonstrate that we're affirmatively furthering fair housing, HUD can withhold funding. There can also be potential legal action. The most recent one I read about was the city of Houston. There was a public housing development, I think it was a LIHTC development, that didn't get approved due to some NIMBYism or didn't make it up for approval. So HUD came in and took some action and they had to come up with some additional money. So it can be a big deal if we don't demonstrate that we're doing this. So the purpose of the group main purpose will be to make sure we're meeting our federal requirements and going through the tool that HUD says we need to go through. That is a really effective tool, but also assist in engaging the public, because I think when you're addressing any kind of affordable housing or fair housing needs, we need to engage the people that are impacted by this the most and make sure they're a part of the process. Another purpose of the group will be to review data and analyze data from staff and local experts and community partners, review public input, and then provide recommendations to our city council. So kind of switching gears on the needs in our community, we have about 46,000 housing units. Our renters face the most challenges in being housing cost burdened or paying more than 30% of their monthly gross income on housing costs, about 12,700 households. And about 7,500 of those pay 50% or more of their monthly income on that. That's the really scary number. Those are the folks that are really averse to being evicted, to being housing unstable, to really being in a situation where it's hard to think long-term about life enrichment activities of additional job training and other things that other people in different housing situations get to enjoy. Our average monthly rent is about $803 per month. Our average median sold price is $185,000. If you look back at the year 2000, that number was around $119,000. So we've seen quite a bit of appreciation, which makes it more challenging for lower income families to be able to enjoy the benefits of home ownership and build wealth and pass that wealth on to their future generations. So this is a summary of those challenges. Our median income is about $45,000. When we talk about addressing affordable housing, really what we're doing is we're addressing that gap between what people can afford for housing and what it actually costs to build housing. So I think when we're talking about any kind of policy, if it's investing more public resources or if it's implementing more regulations, no matter what approach you're taking, we're always filling that gap between what people can afford and what it costs to build housing. Either you're filling it with resources, federal, local, or using regulations to get the market to help fill that gap. In terms of where the affordable housing is, I think this relates really well to Mayor Teresa's opening presentation. And it demonstrates that just simply taking discriminatory laws off the books doesn't make the high impact changes that we need. This is where we need to take meaningful actions. So this map shows a heat map of affordability. So the dark green parcels are residentially zoned parcels that are more affordable. The dark red parcels are the parcels that are less affordable. And we're using county assessor data. So you can see if you go to the southwest, it's a little less affordable. Just to the north and just to the west of downtown is more affordable, as well as up to the north and northeast. And here you can really see the economic segregation. Mayor Teresa talked about Broadway being the dividing line, and you can actually still see that dividing line is there when you're talking about value of properties between north and south there. Oops. Another thing that I think we need to be mindful of as decision makers and policy advocates is the impact that those efforts of the past have on the Central City area and how we can bring that to the current context for strategies for addressing some of those. If you look at from 1990 to 2010, this map shows the African American population change by number, by census block. So dark red census blocks are where numbers are decreasing. Darker green blocks are where numbers are increasing. So you can see there's a migration of African Americans out of the Central City and to the periphery, particularly to the north and northeast. And typically when people migrate, it's out of necessity. So that suggests that there's something going on there and something that we need to monitor and think about when we're thinking about investing in affordable housing. So this is another data point I've been looking at is LLC-owned property concentration, residential property. Because this is what could suggest some potential market speculation where there's parcels that are fairly inexpensive. In the Central City, we've got about 18.87% of those residential parcels are LLC-owned. The remainder of the city is 10%. And these are in census blocks or tracts 7, 9, and 21. So that's something else to be mindful of. You know, if there's groups of people being displaced, that's a problem unto itself. And could this mean there could be a greater potential for economic integration in this neighborhood now by grabbing up affordability while it's there? Potentially so. So I'm going to shift gears and talk about community land trust. So who in the audience has heard of a community land trust? Most everybody. So that's good. Hopefully I can help spread some education on what they are, as well as maybe clear up some misunderstandings of some of our efforts or what community land trusts are and how they work. So they're typically nonprofit, community-based corporations. They typically qualify for 501c3 status. The traditional community land trust has a three-part governance structure where the board is made up of 1/3 neighborhood members, 1/3 broader community members that represent different industry expertise, and then 1/3 that are homeowners. And most community land trusts have their bylaws set up to where none of these groups can have more power than the other, to where you have to have a quorum, you have to have everybody from each group represented. And it's a great way to make sure all the key stakeholders at the table and that policies are reflective as the community as a whole. Community land trusts basically provide, at their core mission, home ownership opportunities for families that otherwise would not be able to have home ownership. And they do this by separating the land from the improvements or the structure from the land. And this allows the community land trust to significantly write down the price. Sometimes you'll hear people say, well, it takes the land cost out of the deal. That's not necessarily true. We typically take more than that out of the deal because the gap between what's affordable and what a lower income family can afford is typically greater than that difference in our community. The land is retained in ownership by the community land trust, and then they authorize its usage through a 99-year ground lease that's renewable, inheritable, so in practicality, it's basically forever. The improvements are sold at an affordable price according to what the local needs are and what the local board determines is affordable for the specific families that we're wanting to serve. Really, if you think about the families that we're serving with community land trust homes, we're serving those people that are right in between being able to rent and be able to get into market rate ownership. So we're serving that group that's really between the $30,000 to $50,000 gross annual income. So it really provides them the opportunity to get into home ownership, build some equity, and then get up and into market rate ownership. What we know nationwide is 7 out of 10 community land trust homeowners move on and up into market rate ownership. So here in Columbia, we have a bit of a unique structure, but there's other communities that have this structure around the nation. But it's not the traditional model. So our city took steps to start its own community land trust that is a separate 501c3, but the board is appointed by our city council, and the city council allocates funds and lands to the community land trust board. The board really governs policy of how the land is stewarded. That's really the key function of our community land trust, and most community land trust is stewardship. Because we've been creating affordable housing for decades in our community, but really the missing link has been how do we make sure where we invest in affordable housing that it stays affordable, well-maintained for future generations, particularly when the cost of constructing affordable housing is going up and the need is going up as well, and the ability for folks to afford it is going down. So we need to make sure those precious resources and dollars are protected for people beyond our generations. So our board also has a council liaison. Councilman Trapp has been instrumental since we were just discussing this as a concept. We're very thankful for his help. Really helps connect city policy to the Community Land Trust Board and helps the city truly have a partnership between the Community Land Trust. City staff does most of the implementation and work of implementing our stewardship policies, developing accounting procedures, recording our expenditures, kind of doing all the work at the ground level. So these are some of the first homes that we've developed. We've been improving the housing that we developed ever since about 2013. What we really want to stress, if we're thinking about building housing for generations beyond us, it's really important that we think about building very nice, very durable homes that anyone would want to live in. So most of our homes are 3-bedroom, 2-bath, about 1,300 square foot. So they are modestly sized, but they do have enough rooms to where if you're a single mother with 2 kids, your kids can have their own bedrooms, which is really nice. So this project also really represents a great partnership between the city, the nonprofit sector, and the private sector. When we're talking about solving community problems, particularly with affordable housing, you need all those key stakeholders at the table. You need the expertise and the capacity of the private sector, as well as funding when we're working with local community banks. Providence Bank has been very instrumental in supporting this project with financing. And then you also need the nonprofit sector with their altruistic goals to really help the community and their connections to the neighborhoods and the low-income people, and really being in tune with what people need. And then you need the city's capacity and backing to make sure what we're doing is consistent with public policy, rules and regulations, and so forth. And this is a great example project of that. We still do have homes available. I think there might be a few realtors in the room. But if they are, just to give you a breakdown of what the costs are. So the Community Land Trust appraised value is $117,000 for these homes. Now that's different than a traditional fee simple appraisal. But the base price to the buyer, so what we have determined is affordable through a lot of research and looking back at previous projects, is about $95,000 for a household, about 50% AMI, between the 50 and 80% AMI. Which means your monthly costs, your principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, and then the monthly lease fee that the land trust charges for operations of the land trust gets to about $650. And if you look back to our original slide to rent, the average rent rate in Columbia is about $803. So this is an extremely good deal. We have 2 of our first 6 homes under contract. I know Habitat has theirs under contract as well, so that'll be a 3rd. And these are the requirements of the buyer. They have to be at 80% AMI, so this is the maximum income that they can be at, gross annual income, depending on household size. And really the only restrictions are who you can resell the home to and for how much. So the Community Land Trust says for being able to have this opportunity to buy a home at $95,000 that's a net zero energy usage home, 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a garage that, depending on where you built it in town, might be worth upwards of $150,000, $175, or $175,000. Because you've had this opportunity, you need to pay it forward to the next buyer. So we allow the buyers to keep all the equity that they pay down on their mortgage, and these mortgages are very similar to any mortgage. They sell in the secondary market, but we only allow buyers to keep 25% of the depreciation. So that way we never have to invest additional public funds to make this affordable for future generations. And that initial investment ends up serving 4 or 5, 6, 7 different households over the first 30 years. It's a much more efficient use of funds than just doing a one-time investment and then not paying attention to where that money goes. So another key data point I wanted to share with the group was the impact that this has on our tax base. We've got another project coming up that we just have a sales contract put in place that involves 3 large lots close to an acre. And if you look at what that vacant land was collecting in tax revenue, one lot was about $181 per year, the other was $154. And if you look at, I think we can potentially fit 12 homes on this site. Look at what the assessment would be on those, and this is an estimate, $1,000 per home, off of working with our county assessor and looking at previous projects. I think it's a pretty close number. We'll go from collecting $336 as a community in property taxes on these 3 lots to $12,000. So if you annualize that over 10 years, that's a huge impact. I mean, we're only doing 12 homes and the need's greater, but that's a big impact. So I think it's a great way to show that not only is affordable housing a good tool for improving lives and neighborhoods, it's also a really good economic development tool. So kind of circling back to some of the affirmatively furthering fair housing part of the presentation and connecting it to our community land trust, a key policy question I've been thinking about over the last year or more is where should the community land trust affordable housing efforts be focused most immediately? What's our biggest need? Where should we be developing housing? Because really we should over the long term, be doing two things: revitalizing our central city neighborhoods, but also being able to provide some opportunities out in different parts of town on the periphery. But for me, and this is just my own personal opinion, I've landed on, I think those census tracts 7, 9, and 21 right now have the most immediate need, and you could potentially get your biggest bang for buck on economically integrating that area as the downtown development expands and outward on the neighborhoods. I think it'll be able to maintain some affordable units for families being potentially pushed out. The land's more affordable, so it makes good economic sense, and there's greater opportunity to impact our tax base. So that's just some of the reasons, but certainly long term we need to be thinking about getting options all over our city, but just thinking of our scarce resources and our most immediate needs, that's where I landed. But really, my final slide here, a key message I want to leave everyone with, and then I'll be done and ready for questions, is we could come up with the best policies to solve all these problems with the best data that's the most beautiful policy reflective of the truth. But really, we have to effectively engage community members that are impacted the most by this public policy to even get anywhere. So I think it's really important when we're talking about solving these community issues, you have to have the people at the table that you're trying to serve there as a part of the discussions. So with that, I'll take any questions. I think so.
What the monthly lease fees, like what rate are they in, and also what happens if a person gets behind in payments on the lease fees?
Yeah, so we have a monthly lease fee of $30 plus a $10 maintenance and repair fund that we're also going to capitalize when we sell the homes. So that 10, 15 years down the road, we've built up some funds for if a roof needs replaced or a water heater needs replaced. So about $40 per month. And that kind of plays into how we subsidize the home. Going from $117,000 down to $95,000 takes away the need for PMI. So we figured that could help fill that gap and keep it affordable. What was your other question? Oh, yeah. So with our first home sales, we're including their ground lease fee payment in an escrow account, so it'll be with their whole payment. So if they get behind on their lease fee, they're likely behind on their mortgage, and we know the bank will be calling them a day or two afterwards. So it really puts the bank in the driver's seat of addressing that when it comes up. But the great thing about the community land trust model is we're going to be able to keep an ongoing relationship with that home buyer and not just leave it up to chance and kind of leave them out there. So if there's something we can do to help step in and help them either kind of right the ship of getting their payments back on track, we can do that, and we have that ability. Or if they get to a point where maybe this isn't for them, maybe it wasn't a good decision, we can help go find another buyer to come in and assume that loan and avoid a foreclosure on that individual and the neighborhood. So that's the real benefit of the community land trust. All right. Oh, one more, Nick.
What are you guys looking forward to in terms of acquisition of new properties, and what's going to be the process for doing that, and how are you targeting that, and so forth?
Yeah. Well, resources are scarce, so we're typically going to be buying 2 to 3 properties per year. So given that, what we've done in the past is looked at where have we developed homes before, where could we have a higher impact, since we're not doing a big number and doing a big sweeping change to the need. How can we really impact our neighborhood? So we've been strategically trying to do purchases in areas where we're already doing development, also doing other improvements, like doing more infrastructure improvements, so trying to get some synergy around our previous efforts. Also, you have to be a bit opportunistic too as well. A lot of the properties that people come up and say, hey, this could be a good potential sell, might have title issues, might have family disputes between who wants to sell, who doesn't. So sometimes you have to balance with where's a good strategic decision, but you also have to be a bit pragmatic and go after what you can afford and what actually could have a clear title and be feasible for development. Yeah.
I'm not sure how to actually word this, but all the student housing apartments and that have gone up mostly on the west side of town, with the rumors of there are going to be a lot of vacancies coming up, is that a possibility to turn those into some affordable housing, for example, for folks, young adults with disabilities, to have those kinds of housing arrangements with all those vacant places that are opening, maybe?
I guess anything's possible. We do have a lot of agencies in town with a lot of capacity that have done similar efforts, like the Housing Authority redeveloping the old hotel over there and Welcome Home. So that's a good innovative effort. But certainly that would be a possibility. But what that would likely take would be an entity with a lot of capacity and the ability to get other resources from outside the community, like through MHDC or something of that sort. I would think that would be the most likely way that a scenario like that would happen.
Are you currently working on those with less than 30,000 annual income?
We have sold some homes to people below that area. It's typically older. We've had a couple older widows on a very fixed income that also had a significant amount to make a down payment to decrease their price. But usually we're serving people between 30 and 50,000, the most people, when we're talking about home ownership. We want to be very thoughtful about not getting someone into home ownership that can't afford that. Because there are people that are just at a level where they need to be renting until you get to a greater income. Now, I don't think we'd be doing anybody any favors if we set them up for failure in home ownership.
The reason I was asking, because dealing with the homeless for the last 9 years, I've always wanted to see the homeless shelters go forward. Never have heard any more discussion. Wondering what's going to become of the 9 years. Some of these individuals are still on our streets. This past Sunday at church, these people showed up, and I was absolutely floored. I figured that they had gotten out of homelessness, and they had not. One last question. How long do they serve as a board member on the trust?
Our first terms were staggered. So the first people appointed were 3, 2, and 1 years. And that was so we could intentionally get started on a track where we only had 2 board members potentially going off at a time. Going forward, once people are appointed in a more traditional seat, it's a 4-year term. So I think I'm about out of time. If anyone has any further questions, I'd be happy to connect with you. I'll hang around the back.
All right, thank you, Randy. Just want to let you know we will have a break after the next speaker, and I'll announce more about that then. But now our next speaker is going to be Dr. Gary Kramer. He's a fifth-generation Missourian who earned his PhD from American University in Washington, D.C. He has written, co-authored, or co-edited 12 books. That's a lot. That's something to aspire to. Previously, Dr. Kramer taught history at Lincoln University in Jefferson City, William Woods University in Fulton. He also served as state archivist of Missouri from 1987 to 1991. He has been the State Historical Society of Missouri's executive director since 2004. Let's go ahead and welcome Dr. Kramer.
Good morning. I have no slides. It's just me, and it's a history lecture, so I'll wake you when it's over. Let me tell you a little bit about why I care about this issue. Essentially, I saw what the title of my talk is, but what it really is kind of the fair housing struggle in Missouri with a historical background. I grew up in a county with one black person in the 1950s and early 60s. I didn't know any black people. In fact, I thought the whole world was Catholic and German. Integration for me came when a Southern Baptist family tried to send their little girl to Our Lady Help of Christians Catholic School. That was integration. Didn't work out real well, I'm ashamed to say. I went to Lincoln University as an undergraduate student in Jefferson City, which was 30 miles from where I grew up. And I went there not because it was Missouri's historically black college, but because it was affordable and it was close to home. Nobody in my family had ever gone to college. My parents didn't go to high school because there was no high school. And in fact, this is a confessional. I'm an old Catholic. I'm good at this. I went to college to be a social worker. I'd always hated history, in fact. I can't believe I spent my career as a historian. History had always been taught to me as names and dates and places you had to memorize. I wasn't very good at it. Never understood why dead people should influence live people's lives. And so I was going to save the world, like many children of the 60s. I was heavily influenced by John Kennedy's inaugural address, by the first nonfiction book I ever read, The Other America by Michael Harrington. And I went to Lincoln University to study sociology, and I was troubled by two things that were going on in my world. One was the Vietnam War. Deeply troubled me, partially because I think I was draft age, but I was very troubled. Why was this going on? And then suddenly in April of 1967, 51 years ago this month, my best friend was missing in Vietnam. He's never been found, still missing. So that made me want to understand, why is this happening? Second thing that troubled me deeply was the riots of the 1965, starting with Watts and Newark and Detroit, and most especially after Martin Luther King's assassination in 1968. And again, I envisioned myself being a social worker in one of those cities that's burning. And I thought to myself, you better try to figure this out. So I enrolled in what was then called a Negro history class, taught by, I didn't know at the time, one of the preeminent black scholars in the country, a guy named Lorenzo Green. Lorenzo Green was a graduate research assistant in the late 1920s for a guy named Carter Woodson, who was the father of the Black History movement in Washington, D.C. Somehow Green and I hit it off, and 40 years after Green was Woodson's research assistant, I became Green's research assistant. And I transferred my desire to be a social worker and work among marginalized people to a desire to understand the history of marginalized people and how we had gotten to the world that I was living in the late 1960s. I tell you that to explain my obsessions, my obsession. I've spent 50 years, roughly, thinking about, writing about, researching, teaching African-American history in Missouri. And there are a lot of lessons I've learned. My first one of the early classes I taught was to 25 Missouri State Penitentiary inmates who were all Muslim. That was an interesting and enlightening experience. But I want to explain what I think is a fundamental issue that's not being addressed with regard to race today, by way of a story. Roughly, well, it was in 1995, I was working on a project on the history of Kinloch, Missouri, in St. Louis County. If you go to Kinloch today, you'll see people still living in houses with 3 sides and terrible, terrible circumstances. But there was a time when Kinloch was a great migration city with stable 2-parent households, no teenage pregnancy, no drugs, no problems of the kind we would associate with the inner city today. So I'm working on this project on the history of Kinloch. And there's a guy, recently retired, a very successful African-American businessman who is volunteering to help me on this project because he's interested in it. And so one day he says, let's go to lunch. And so we go to lunch in his red Corvette, not my old Chevy. And it happens to be the week the O.J. Simpson jury is out. And so I, who think O.J. is guilty, to strike up conversation or make conversation, say to my friend Bill, Bill, the jury's out on O.J. Yeah, he says, the jury's out. I say, there's only one conclusion they can come to. Yeah, he says, only one conclusion. And he kind of paused for effect, and he said, he's innocent. And I'm staggered. How can this guy not see this the way I do? And he proceeds to gently and softly tell me that as a black man driving a red Corvette in St. Louis, he's been rousted by more policemen than you can count, who first of all assume he's stolen the car. And when he can finally prove to them he hasn't stolen the car, their next assumption is that he's either a pimp or a drug dealer. What was he saying to me? He was saying that his history and my history were fundamentally different. And what is the difference? Our race. I would suggest to you, and I don't want to be mistaken, that's why I've already checked out the back door. I would suggest to you that in a very fundamental way in America, in Missouri, in Colombia, black people and white people see the world differently. And we see the world differently because we have different histories. If I'm right about that, doesn't it make sense that we ought to understand each other's history? And especially white folks ought to understand black people's history, because black people get white history, but white folks rarely hear much about black history. So my comments today, I have a number of assumptions, one of which is things are not a whole lot better than they were 50 years ago. Forgive me if I'm shattering your illusions. You can just dismiss me as a cranky old history professor. I'll get to a couple of points here, but what I want to do is spend a little bit of time just trying to explain how we got to where we are today, because it seems to me that that's a critical starting point. And when the person who made the presentation before me concluded with the thought that there has to be community involvement in decisions to be made moving forward. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, I'd like to pick up on that thought. I think that in fact, in any fair housing discussion, there has to be tremendous input from the people who are going to use that housing or who want to use that housing. And again, with all due respect, how do you talk to people about a $117,000 house if they have no job? Or if they have no money, multi-generationally? It's an enormous challenge. It transcends the issue of housing. So I want to go back to begin my comments, or you're kind of thinking maybe I'm done, but let's go back to the passage of the 1968 Civil Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act. That act was signed into law on April 11th, 1968. And maybe you've heard all this already, because this is really my first involvement with this seminar. It's worth remembering the context of that law's passage. It was passed 1 week after Martin Luther King was killed in Memphis, Tennessee, by James Earl Ray, a Missouri State Penitentiary escapee who had been incarcerated in Jefferson City for an armed robbery of $120 at a Kroger store in St. Louis. I have a friend, recently deceased, a longtime Lincoln University professor who was driving down Interstate 70 when he heard about King's assassination, and his instant reaction was, damn, I'll bet the killer was from Missouri. He was from Virginia. Ray, by the way, had been on the lam for nearly a year when he killed King on April 4th, 1968 in Memphis. The Housing Act of 1968 was passed by Congress and signed by President Lyndon Johnson while riots were still raging in more than 100 cities in America, including our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and Kansas City, Missouri. At least 7 people were killed in the Kansas City riot. It's worth remembering also that the so-called Kerner Commission, which had been formed a year before, in July of 1967, to try to assess the cause of the riots in 1967, issued its report on February 29, 1968, just a few weeks before King was killed. A major conclusion of the Kerner Commission was that, quote, our nation is moving toward 2 societies, one black, one white, separate and unequal. The most important point I feel compelled to make here today is that 50 years after the passage of the Housing Act of 1968 and the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., race still matters in this country. Race still matters in this city, in this state. Doesn't matter in some sense that the Civil War ended 153 years ago and that the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution abolished slavery soon after the war. It doesn't matter that the 14th Amendment guaranteed equal protection of the law to all citizens and that the 15th Amendment guaranteed them the right to vote. It doesn't matter that racial segregation has been outlawed or that this country twice elected an African-American president. Race still matters. It still matters in virtually every aspect of our lives. It matters in health care. It matters in education. It matters in our relationships to the law. It matters in regard to income and wealth. And it matters in housing. According to a recent Forbes study, race matters when it comes to household wealth, wealth that families are able to accumulate over multiple generations. A typical white household in the United States in the second decade of the 20th century has 16 times the wealth of a black family, a black household. In absolute terms, in 2011, at least, the median white household had $111,146 in wealth holdings, compared to $7,113 for the median black household. These are figures that come from the Census Bureau, U.S. Census Bureau. It matters in wages. The reality is that over the last 30 years, the average household wealth of white families has grown 87%, while that of black families has grown 27%. According to CNN Money, a 2016 study, quote, if current trends persist, it will take 228 years for black families to accumulate the same amount of wealth as whites. Why? The first of the 3 main factors behind this wealth gap is home ownership. Home ownership is the central vehicle Americans use to store and transfer wealth. So home ownership and access to ownership are at the heart of the widening wealth gap. 73% of whites own a home, 45% of blacks. Much of the gap in value, because the value of whites' homes is on average about $30,000 more than black-owned homes, much of the gap can be explained by the location of property owned by blacks versus that owned by whites. Property in a neighborhood occupied primarily by African Americans is worth significantly less than property located in white neighborhoods. Much of that disparity can be explained by redlining historically, a practice that, and you know what redlining is, a practice that consisted, and I would suggest still consists, of refusing a loan or insurance to someone or charging them more for a loan or insurance because they live in an area deemed to be a poor financial risk. This practice was formalized with the 1934 National Housing Act. It was formalized by the federal government in the 1930s, a federal government that was obsessed with trying to help us get out of the Depression and to stabilize the home market. The 1934 National Housing Act redlined black neighborhoods, marking them as credit risks. Although redlining was outlawed in the 1960s, it persists today. A February 18th, 2018 article in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch says this: in the St. Louis metropolitan area, African Americans who apply for conventional mortgage loans are 2.5 times more likely to be denied than are non-Hispanic whites. They also pay higher interest rates than whites. That's in 2018. The second major factor for this wealth gap is the persistent education gap. And I know we're not here to talk about that, but education matters. And the educational gap between blacks and whites is actually widening today. Whites are far more likely to graduate from college than are blacks, and the latter are more likely to accumulate more student debt throughout their college careers. The white return on investment in a college education is much higher than that for blacks, which leads to the third factor, the matter of income and wages. According to a 2016 Economic Policy Institute report, the wage gap between blacks and whites is the worst it's been in 40 years. Roughly $25 an hour for whites, $18 an hour for blacks, if you can get a job. Because the unemployment rate for African Americans is, of course, significantly higher for whites. I mentioned the 1934 Housing Act, but the problems with housing discrimination did not begin in the 1930s. And here comes the history lesson. Those problems can be traced back to at least the middle of the Civil War. There's a quiz when I'm finished. So you probably know, hopefully you know, that the 1863 Emancipation Proclamation by Abraham Lincoln did not free Missouri slaves. It freed only those slaves in states that were officially in rebellion, and Missouri wasn't officially in rebellion. But there was a provision in the Emancipation Proclamation that had a profound effect on Missouri blacks, and that was it authorized the recruitment of black soldiers in Missouri and elsewhere into the Union Army. That was profoundly important because Union soldiers began to recruit black men to serve in the Army. Slave owners, if they were willing to allow their slave to be recruited into the Army, got $300 as a bounty. The black soldier got nothing. But imagine this. Imagine what it must have been like in Boone and Howard and Cooper, in the Boone's Lick or Little Dixie, when white men started going up and down the river recruiting black men into the Army. White men who owned slaves were enraged. And the result was a tremendous amount of guerrilla activity with white men, especially young white men, terrorizing black men, hanging them. There was a famous, notorious guerrilla here in Boone County named Jim Jackson, who was notorious for lynching and whipping and beating blacks as a way of trying to intimidate them and keep them from enlisting in the Army. What was the reaction? What was the response? This is, I think, very important. Black families, but especially black men, began to flee the countryside and head for towns and villages, especially villages where Union soldiers were garrisoned, hoping for two things: to find some security in numbers and also the protection of troops. So if you look at a county like Boone, you actually, and others just fled the state, went to Iowa or Kansas. So if you look at what happened in Boone County, in Cooper County, and Howard County, the outlying countryside loses black population, but the towns and the villages increase dramatically in black population. Does that make sense? That is extremely, extremely significant, it seems to me. Between 1863 and 1865, and you can find newspaper accounts, for example, of African Americans swimming across the Missouri River from Callaway and Boone counties to get to Jefferson City because there were federal troops garrisoned in Jefferson City. You can also find a tremendous white backlash against that migration of blacks, to the point where whites threatened to run the black migrants out of town. As the winter of 1864-65 approached, the Missouri State Times, which was published in Jefferson City, feared a human tragedy in the making. Under the title, "The Colored People in Jefferson City and Vicinity, What is to Become of Them?" the paper asked this question: how are the colored people here to live through the coming winter? The paper acknowledged that many of them occupying little outbuildings, which are too small and too open to live in during cold weather. Interestingly, the paper didn't call for better housing for them. Rather, it called for, quote, some public provision to be made to send them where they can procure labor and where subsistence is more abundant. In other words, get them out of here. The paper made it clear, when it noted that sending these African Americans away would, quote, relieve this community of a large number of consumers who will find the procurement of labor impossible. On May 1st, 1865, the minutes of the Board of Aldermen of the city of Jefferson contained this entry, quote, it was reported to the board on the strength of good authority that people were congregating in some parts of the city, especially the colored race, so that rooms were overcrowded, which was considered very detrimental to the health of the community. And it was ordered that it must be the duty of the city constable to examine and report them. Over the course of the next few years, a, quote, Negro ghetto began to form in a 2-block area adjacent to what is now the city parking garage in downtown Jefferson City, across the alleyway from Bones Bar and Restaurant. This area became known historically as Hog Alley, and it continued to be the dominant place of African American residents for multiple decades. Consider this local newspaper assessment from 1882. Hog Alley to Jefferson City is what Clabber Alley is to St. Louis. It is a disgrace to the city. All that is filthy, low, mean, and vicious of the colored population can at one time and another be found in this alley. It reeks with filth and crime and wickedness. In its confines are to be found the vagabonds, thieves, and prostitutes of the colored population. Notice the analogy between destitution and moral degeneracy. The assumption that people who live there are living there because they're lazy, because they're degenerate. Similarly, Columbia's black population increased from 541 persons in 1860 to 798 in 1870, that decade of the war. This nearly 50% increase in the city's population over the course of the Civil War decade created problems similar to those in Jefferson City, namely overcrowding, homelessness, destitution, disease, and even death. In a March 3rd, 1865 article titled Emancipation and Death, the Columbia Statesman reported more than 30 African Americans had died in the city in recent days. The black population of Columbia continued to grow more rapidly than the white population for the remainder of the century. Between 1860 and 1900, Columbia's black population grew by 350%, from 541 persons to 1,916. During the same period, the white population grew by less than half that, from 873 to 3,735. By the early 20th century, the largest concentration of blacks in Columbia lived in dilapidated housing, almost always referred to in the newspapers as shanties, in the Flat Branch area, with smaller concentrations on Cemetery Hill and along what was called Railroad Row. A 1919 housing survey in Columbia estimated that only 5% of Negro dwellings were connected to the city's sewer system. Outhouses draining directly into Flat Branch Creek were common. Many of the shanties African Americans lived in were owned by whites because blacks had a difficult time affording or acquiring real estate. In 1938, a white landlord had this to say about owning property and renting it to blacks. Quote, "Negro property is a fine investment because you don't have any upkeep expense." He went on to say, all you have to do is pay the taxes and the insurance, and the taxes are very low on the property. Similarly, housing conditions for blacks in Jefferson City was equally bad. According to a 1923 survey of Negro housing in the capital city, quote, "The majority of Negro residences are either built in the rear of lots or in alleys or back streets. Only 50 places have water in the houses, 16 have baths, and 194 have neither baths nor water. Most of the streets on which, quote, colored live have no sewers, and outhouses are common." So what's happening is that African Americans in Missouri become an urban people 40 years before whites do. In Missouri, whites become an urban people during the Depression in the 1930s. Blacks become an urban people in Missouri in the 1890s. And as they become an urban people, they press on the capacity of a city to care for them, to house them, because white folks don't want black folks living in their neighborhoods. And there's no space. There's no space. Their move to the cities, historians refer to this as the Great Migration, the movement of African Americans from south to north and from rural to urban areas, primarily in the early 20th century. But as I said, it happens almost 2 generations before among blacks. There's a corollary to this, by the way, that in this time period, virtually all of these Boonslick counties have dramatic surpluses of black women over black men, because the black women can get jobs much more easily as domestics than black men can. So again, a county like Boone has, by the 1890s, hundreds of more black women than black men, which means matriarchal families. White property owners, concerned about this influx of blacks into their cities, formed with civic, business, and religious leaders in cities like St. Louis and Kansas City and Jefferson City and Columbia, formed organizations to fight the inroads of African Americans into white neighborhoods. A St. Louis resident in 1908 spoke the brutal truth when he said that the 26th Ward Improvement Association was, quote, organized for no other purpose than to keep the Negroes out of the neighborhood, end quote. At the same time in St. Louis, 2 Catholic priests made statements in support of their parishioners' attempts to maintain property values by keeping their neighborhoods for whites only. Father Peter O'Rourke at St. Mark's Catholic Church remarked, quote, "I feel that it is not divine intention that the white and black races should mix. By 1911, various improvement associations in St. Louis formed an umbrella group, the United Welfare Association, to keep blacks out of their neighborhoods. In 1915, neighborhood associations in St. Louis asked the city government for an ordinance housing or banning African Americans from living in white neighborhoods under the guise of preventing, quote, ill feeling, conflict, and collision between the white and colored races. In other words, it's not that we're opposed to black people, we just want to keep the peace. We don't want turmoil. The next year, St. Louis residents voted overwhelmingly in support of an ordinance in 1916 that prohibited any person of one race from living in a block where at least 75% of the residents were of another race. Soon thereafter, that law was abolished when a similar one was declared unconstitutional by the United States Supreme Court. So whites then turned to what were called restrictive covenants. Restrictions placed on property deeds that made it illegal for properties to be sold to African Americans. Restrictive covenants were common in cities all over Missouri, including Columbia. Consider this 1926 deed documenting an agreement between John A. Stewart and the Sigma Alpha Epsilon Club restricting the use of real estate sold to the fraternity by the Stewart family. Quote, said houses so erected shall be used as a dwelling house for Greek letter fraternities or sororities which may be established at Columbia, Missouri, and having members attending the University of Missouri. Said houses so erected shall be used for living and dwelling purposes only, and no business of any kind, character, or nature shall be conducted on the real estate here and above described. The key line, said premises shall not during the term of this agreement be held, owned, or used by any member of the Negro or Jewish race. End quote. Or this one from a 1930 deed in Columbia's Western Heights edition. Property sold by Ollie Smith and S.D. Smith, her husband, to C.E. Hobart. Quote, this deed is made upon the express consideration and agreement between the parties that the premises shall never be deeded, leased, or mortgaged to a person of the Negro race. And any such deed, lease, or mortgage shall of itself cause the forfeit of all the right, title, and interest in said promises of the grantor and such instrument and title to said premises shall forthwith and thereupon revert to and vest in the grantor's heirs. In other words, sell to a black person, you lose the property. Or this one, from a September 9, 1938 warranty deed from a property in the Ingleside edition of the East Highlands edition of Columbia. Quote, subject forever to the covenants, agreements, and restrictions hereafter set shall be construed as covenants running with the land and shall bind and be forever to the benefit of the present and all future owners of the lots hereby conveyed. None of said lots shall be sold or rented to anyone other than a member of the white race. 1938. There are people alive who remember 1938. In Kansas City, the Kansas City Real Estate Board used restrictive covenants, quote, as the primary mechanism for creating segregated living space. One of the first and most prominent developer builders to promote the use of this type of explicitly racial restrictive covenants was a guy named J.C. Nichols of Plaza fame, a pioneer in residential land development, home building, and shopping center construction. In Kansas City, beginning in 1908 and continuing at least through 1949, the Nichols Company built dozens of racially restricted subdivisions for upper and middle income whites and explicitly prohibited all housing sales to blacks. Nichols advertised his subdivisions as the, quote, most protected and highest class region in or near Kansas City. And his property deeds always warned prospective buyers that, quote, none of the lots hereby restricted may be conveyed to, used, owned, nor occupied by Negroes as owners or tenants. Another major innovation that Nichols popularized was the requirement that residents in his residential developments establish mandatory homeowners associations whose major purpose was to enforce racial restrictions. Threatening letters, signs, and posters appeared frequently in Kansas City neighborhoods warning blacks to stay out of white neighborhoods or face the risk of violence and even death. In 1926, the Linwood Improvement Association launched a metropolitan-wide drive to form a national protective association to apply restrictive covenants, racially restrictive covenants, to protect property values and keep Negroes, quote, where they are. In 1928, posters began appearing on trees in one city neighborhood warning, danger. Colored people are hereby notified that they will not be allowed to live in this block. This block is white, and it is going to stay white at any cost. In St. Louis, restrictive covenants were encouraged by the St. Louis Real Estate Association, which excluded blacks from membership. Blacks, according to the association's rules, could only be sold property in certain areas. In order to challenge this practice, James T. Bush, a black real estate broker, organized other black real estate agents into the Real Estate Brokers Association of St. Louis in 1946. A couple by the name of Shelley were Bush's clients. He had arranged for Josephine Fitzgerald, a white woman, to buy a house at 4600 Labadie in order to sell it to the black Shelleys. A couple named Kramer, no relation, I promise, spelled differently, objected. They sued in St. Louis Circuit Court to force compliance with a racially restrictive covenant. They alleged that they would, quote, suffer irreparable injury and irremediable damage to their property if the black Shelleys were permitted to retain title to the property. The Marcus Avenue Improvement Association had urged the Kramers to file the suit and supported their effort financially throughout the 3-year battle. While the lower court refused to evict the Shelleys, the Missouri Supreme Court overturned their ruling and called for the enforcement of the covenant. In other words, Missouri Supreme Court said, hey, nothing wrong with restrictive covenants. But then the case went to the United States Supreme Court, and the Shelleys' attorney, by the way, was a guy named George Vaughn, who was the attorney for James T. Scott when he was lynched just a few blocks from here in 1923. The High Court accepted Vaughn's argument that the enforcement of restrictive covenants by the courts was a state action in violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution and therefore illegal. May 3rd, 1948, they struck down in the Shelley versus Kramer case, struck down the enforcement of restrictive covenants. Thurgood Marshall, then an NAACP attorney and future Supreme Court justice, remarked that the Shelley case gave thousands of prospective buyers throughout the United States new courage and hope in the American form of government. But despite the Shelley case, whites continue to find other ways to exclude African Americans from their neighborhoods. Challenges to racial segregation and discrimination in this country began in earnest in the wake of World War II, when African Americans pointed out the inconsistency of asking blacks to fight and die for democracy abroad while being unable to enjoy its fruits at home. President Harry S. Truman ordered the integration of the armed forces in 1948. Supreme Court's famous Brown versus Board of Education decision in 1954, Dwight Eisenhower sending federal troops in 1957 to integrate Central High School. These all had a significant impact. Emboldened by actions such as these, African Americans and their white supporters increasingly attacked segregationist policies throughout the country, including in Missouri's capital city and here in the city of Columbia. During the early 1960s, representatives of CORE, the Congress on Racial Equality, began to challenge segregation in places of public accommodation here in Columbia. In 1960, 61, 62, CORE settled in Columbia, and they began sending people out to fill out questionnaires about the reaction they got when they tried to integrate restaurants, for example. You can come to the State Historical Society and see those. They're really pretty interesting. There are lots of stories recorded in these collections, such as the one documented on December 13th, 1960, when 3 African Americans entered a place called Ernie's. here in Columbia. According to an affidavit filled out by one of the African Americans, quote, "As soon as we entered, Ernie ran, did not walk, to meet us. He seemed shocked and shook, and in a most flustered way told Julia, quote, 'We don't serve colored here.' Julia thanked him and we left." It was June 8th, 1964, before the city of Columbia passed a public accommodation law stipulating that racial discrimination was illegal in places of public accommodations in the city. Housing was extremely segregated in Missouri during the early 1960s, including in Jefferson City and Columbia. As late as 1964, Mizzou had what was referred to as a, quote, intercultural living clause in student housing contracts. The intercultural living clause required the student to indicate his race and specified if he wished to gain a, quote, wider experience in intercultural living with a student of another country or race. In other words, the default position in student housing was rooming with someone of your own race unless you specifically specified that you were willing to room with someone of a different race. Early in 1968, the city council began to grapple with the issue of fair housing in Columbia. In January 1968, 2 local residents appeared before the council in opposition to fair housing. According to the Columbia Missourian, I'm not going to mention the names of these people because I don't know who they might be in the room. The first person, quote, told the council that he represented a committee of citizens who do not feel that this is a racial issue, but it is an encroachment upon property rights of individuals. Follow that? Classic. In other words, your right to equal rights is less important than my property rights. And you can't tell me who I can rent to or sell to. Similarly, another person who appeared as, quote, representative of the Columbia Real Estate Board of Realtors commented, "We condemn a law that forces a man to sell or rent to someone he does not want to." Of course, if we'd followed that principle, we'd still have total segregation in the South. I mean, that's what the whole Central High School issue was about. On March 19th, 1968, Columbia residents went to the polls to vote on a fair housing ordinance. The ordinance was defeated with 54% of the voters opposing it. The major opposition was led by a group calling itself Columbia Committee for Citizens' Rights. The next day, the Jefferson City Post-Tribune commented that, quote, "Tuesday's defeat of the Columbia Fair Housing Ordinance will probably have some effect upon the issue when it's placed before Jefferson City officials and residents in the not-too-distant future." Jefferson City had been struggling with its own allegations of open housing discrimination. In March of 1966, a group of Lincoln University professors, for example, had filed discrimination charges with the Mayor's Human Rights Commission. Appearing before the commission, Lincoln University professor Lorenzo Green, my mentor, commented, quote, "The hardest nut to crack as far as Negroes are concerned is housing," end quote. Green and others reported that a white instructor of history at Lincoln University had gone to look at a house for sale in a nearby white neighborhood and was told the purchase price was $13,500. 16 minutes later, a black professor went to the same house and was told the price was $21,000. An obvious effort to make certain that the black man could not and would not buy the house. Columbia continued to stumble along with a fair housing law, without a fair housing law for 2 more years. In June 1969, the city council was made aware of a complaint of discrimination in housing because of race. The mayor at the time told the complainant, quote, that the council had no authority to do anything and suggested that the complainant, together with the Human Rights Commission, try to work out a reconciliation with the property owner, end quote. In other words, solve the problem yourself. Finally, in February 1970, the City Council passed an ordinance prohibiting discrimination in housing practices. This action was in response to a petition drive in support of an open housing ordinance. The petition drive, by the way, was led by Mrs. Lonnie Mary Ratliff. Interestingly, the mayor followed this council action. This is very interesting to me, by thanking visitors, quote, for the way in which they presented their views in this matter. But then he evidenced his absolute ignorance of the centrality of race to the issue when he said this, quote, we have a lot of poor white folks in Columbia that I would like to see people get interested in too, in seeing that they have their rights and that they have an opportunity for some of the things that they would like to have. The mayor went on to say he, quote, wholeheartedly asked our community to give some support to these people who were certainly discriminated against because of their financial standing in our community. Obviously, the words white privilege had never kind of surfaced. So here we are. 50 years after Martin Luther King's death, 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, there's no question there's been some progress. We couldn't have contemplated electing an African American as president 50 years ago. But racial segregation and discrimination are still problems. I think they're problems in the United States, in the state of Missouri, and the city of Columbia. An old friend of mine, John Hope Franklin, the greatest African American historian of the 20th century, used to say, you ask me about a problem in the 1980s, I'm going to tell you about that problem in the 1880s, and then I'm going to go back to the 1780s. The problem today is in many ways the same problem it's always been. In 1901, the great African American writer, thinker, historian, sociologist, W.B. Du Bois, wrote a still very instructive book, The Souls of Black Folk. And in the opening paragraph of that book, he says this. He says that the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line, race. If Du Bois was here today, I would suggest to you he would say the same thing. The problem of the 21st century is the problem of the color line, race. We don't have a clue. And I go back full circle. We have different histories. It seems to me a starting point for progress would be to acknowledge those different histories and to learn from them, which is why I do what I do and why I'm here today. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions. I'd rather you say something than go slash my tires. Anybody? Any questions, or you just want to get some refreshments? Going once?
.org, and my presentation on inequity and poverty is there, and I've got maps and slides. I use elementary schools as a geographic area to demonstrate the segregation in our community. So it's booneindicators.org, and it's under special reports.
Thank you. It's interesting you mentioned schools, because in Jefferson City I've discovered that the population, if you ask people in Jefferson City where blacks always live, they'll say over by Lincoln University. That isn't true. They all live in the downtown area. But there was a conscious, concerted effort to move them out of the downtown over to the Lincoln University area. And how did they do that? They built a black school over there, a segregated black school. Yes, somebody was, yes, ma'am.
I was in graduate school here at Mizzou during the OJ trial, and many of the students, my fellow graduate students, were African American, and all of us watched the trial with, great seriousness, because it was fascinating and it was kind of a moment. And it was the first time in my adult life that I had ever seen an issue split down the color line, as you said. Every single African American in the history department said, as your friend did, that he was going to be found not guilty. And those of us white students were all going, how can you say that? So I think that, I guess my comment would be that for people who are trying to understand how the communities of people of color and how the white community view situations differently, when we're talking about police, law enforcement, our interactions, that going back and looking at some of the video, of how the trial was perceived and how it played out in the media, I think could be very instructive for people.
And history matters. It hangs on our back like a heavy load. You know, if you want to understand some racial animosity today, understand the sharp end. In Jefferson City, understand the foot, understand the multi-generational anger and resentment that still exists on the part of people who feel that they genuinely were cheated out of a way of life. And I think white folks have a hard time understanding that. Yes, ma'am.
That the longer this has gone on, the more difficult it actually is to change. Randy Cole talked about how difficult it is to locate affordable housing in the predominantly white and affluent areas because the prices of land and he finds it more practical to locate affordable housing in the city center in certain census tracts. This shows every indication of going on and on and on unless we can get a handle on some of those barriers that are not now called, racial. People would, the realtors would say, "Oh, anybody can buy a house in this." We aren't allowed to overtly discriminate, but where do we go from here? In other words.
For me, again, it gets back to the question of a deeper level of understanding and white folks understanding why there is this residual anger and problem. I taught a course called Race and Gender in Missouri History for 30 years. And invariably during the course, some white student would say to me some variation of, why can't black people just get over it? I didn't own slaves. My father didn't own slaves. My grandfather didn't own slaves. That was a long time ago. They can't get over it because it ain't over. I mean, it's really that simple. And a century in history is not that long. The stuff we're talking about is in the life memory of people who are still living, which is one reason I don't mention some names. Again, history is messy, and it is a heavy load. It can be liberating, and you can find strength and wisdom, but you also got to face the reality. You've got to own it. You've got to come to grips with it, and we haven't done that. I did some work many years ago on a lynching in northwest Missouri city that I won't mention. And the lynching was in 1931, and I was digging deeply into this. It was a lynching that not only killed a black man, but drove the black community out of that city. Even to this day, very few blacks there. But there were 2 black churches, a black school, a stable black community for decades. And so I was talking to people and getting viewpoints and digging deeply. And this little old lady would always invite me in for tea or coffee or cookies. And somewhere in the conversation, she would say to me, "Now, Gary, don't you think you ought to stop digging into this?" And this went on. And then one day I got a letter from her. Just you could tell that as she sat down and wrote, the longer she wrote, the angrier she got. And there was one white man in the community who was really willing to come clean. And I called him, and I told him, I got this very disturbing letter from Mary. And let me read it to you. And I could hear the soft, low chuckle on the other end. I said, "What are you chuckling about? This is serious." He said, "Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. But you got to understand, Mary's daddy was the leader of the lynch mob, which is why she didn't want me digging into it." And then I found in the 1950s a letter from her brother on Chamber of Commerce letterhead. He was trying to draw industry, small industry, into this community. And he writes to companies all over the country in the 1950s. "We're a small community. We don't have a lot to offer, but one thing we can guarantee you, quote, a 100% nigger-free workforce." That is a community at war with its past. I would suggest this is a community. I'm looking for the exit now, but I think this is a community at war with its past. There is a great deal of strength to be drawn from common suffering, but there also is an obligation to remember suffering inflicted and to address that. And that is a deep, hard thing to do, but it's necessary. And until we do it, I don't think we're going to solve these problems. Sorry, yeah.
I guess I'm compelled to make a few comments. I'm struck by kind of your local history of this, but I'm also struck by the fact that I grew up in the Chicago suburbs. And my family was extremely racist at that time. We were part of the white flight to the suburbs. And I can remember the redlining that was going on. My high school had no blacks in it. 2,000 people, no blacks in it. I came to Missouri here in 1980, I guess, and I've served on the council for some period of time now, and I've gotten involved with the National League of Cities. I'm the representative this year for the Racial Equity and Leadership Council that was vested recently with the National League of Cities. We brought some resources back, one of which you're probably familiar with. It's Race, the Power of Illusion is a movie. It's the City Council is showing it as we speak. I'm also struck by the fact I worked after I graduated from graduate school, I worked at Lincoln University for a couple of years in the psychology department before I came back to the university here. But this issue, the parallels are amazing between the local history here in terms of what happened in Columbia, and I learned a lot from what you were suggesting here. I didn't know all of that. But the same kinds of phenomenon were going on in a different way with a different kind of racism in other places. I think we need to tell that story. I mean, you tell the story here on a local level. And we need to connect the dots in terms of what has happened in our entire culture across the United States. This place, Columbia, is particularly salient because of the Civil War. I mean, there is a uniqueness that we have here. It's a different kind of Civil War that's being fought all over this country. And now is the time to do something about it. I appreciate your comments a lot. I learned a lot about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody else?
Good morning. I'm Phil Steinhaus with the Columbia Housing Authority. I think one thing that our community can look at is what's called inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning basically requires developments to include a certain percentage of affordable housing units. And that's one way where you can get more diverse communities and you can help give people opportunities to not just be segregated into one area. And I think it's something that the council really ought to look at because I think it's a way to achieve that income mixing in neighborhoods that we really need. Because as you pointed out, it takes, 210 years for blacks to become economically equal. And that's the only other way where you're going to get good income mixing in neighborhoods is that people of all races have the same amount of equity to purchase homes. So,
I appreciate that, but I also think we got to solve the unemployment problem. We got to solve the problem of 1 out of 3 black men being incarcerated or under the control of justice systems. We can't just attack the housing problem. If you don't have a job, there's not much you're going to be able to do to be able to afford housing. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so in your estimation, what Du Bois also said something that I've really taken to heart over the years. He said that black America needs justice and is given charity. And I see a lot of charity in this community and other communities, but very little justice. And I'd like to get your take on what are the big institutional players that took all the land and the businesses from the black community in the sharp end during urban renewal, during the Douglas Park urban renewal days and the Cemetery Hill urban renewal days, the Flat Branch urban renewal days. What are those big institutional players? The city of Columbia, the county of Boone, the Columbia Public School District, the Housing Authority, what are they doing to make this right? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Because I've been here 20 years now, came from the West, hadn't seen anything like this. And
I could tell by that laid back way you walked up.
Yeah, I'm still confused to this day just who is supposed to make the effort to make things right, to get away from the rhetoric, to get away from the programs that feel good, but they really don't give us justice. What's your take on that?
I agree with you. Urban renewal is not just a Columbia issue. This same thing happened in cities all over the state and all over the country. And it was essentially well-meaning people who wanted to beautify their cities and saw these, quote, blighted areas and wanted to destroy them. But again, I'm not sure there's any recognition on the part of those institutions that they even did anything wrong. So, you know, maybe it's time for soul searching for all of us. I couldn't agree with you more. Those very institutions have not stepped up to do the kind of things that I would think need to be done. Yeah, I'm at a loss of what to say, except that insanity, the definition of insanity is continuing to do the same thing and expect different results. And it seems to me that's what we're doing. And we've been doing it for 50 years. And we're getting the same results. We're further dividing people. The haves and the have-nots are further split. We are more racially divided. I mean, all you got to do is read Trib Talk or the comment sections of the Post-Dispatch or the Kansas City Star to see the virulent racism that is still present. I'm kind of stunned by it still. I had hoped, there was a time when I thought my children and my children's children would be the generations for which there would be no racial division. That's not true. Young kids there's a lot of racism in this country still. So I can't say anything except I agree with you. Okay, I think we need to, I'm getting the sign. Thank you all very much.
She is a nationally recognized expert on fair housing laws. She graduated from the University of Virginia and then attended Stanford Law School. She's worked as a trial attorney for the U.S. Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division, and Housing and Civil Enforcement Section. She's litigated a number of significant cases involving housing discrimination and sexual harassment in housing. In 2003, the Attorney General of the United States awarded her a special commendation for outstanding service. She joined the faculty of the University of Missouri School of Law in 2005. Her scholarship focuses on housing discrimination, residential segregation, zoning and property rights, and sexual harassment. Her work has been published in many scholarly publications, including the Stanford Law Review, the Harvard Civil Rights Civil Liberties Law Review, the Florida Law Review, the Wisconsin Law Review, and the Vanderbilt Law Review. And probably most recently and most prestigiously, I read a piece by her in the Huffington Post on the anniversary of the Fair Housing Act. So let's welcome Professor Rigel Oliveri.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you all for being here. I like to do this every year. This is a real highlight. I always kind of tell my mom this is the one month when everyone cares about what I care about. And particularly, obviously, we all care about it. You wouldn't be here if you didn't, but sort of particularly so. There's a focus because this is the 50th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act, and so I'd like to start. What I'm going to be doing is talking about the law and recent developments in the law, both in the state and federal level. But before I start, I want to talk about the history because this is, a historic anniversary. If we were to go back to 1968 on this day, on April 6th of 1968, the situation that we would see would be an atmosphere of profound racial residential segregation to an extent that, sometimes people call it, it's been referred to as American apartheid. I actually checked the statistics for South African apartheid against the United States in the 60s. The United States wasn't quite as bad as South Africa was, but it was really bad. We had extremely segregated neighborhoods. We had legal housing discrimination. It was perfectly legal for, private individuals, realtors, landlords, builders, what have you, to be overtly racially discriminatory. A Fair Housing Act had been proposed in 1966. That was seen as kind of the third in the trilogy of remedial civil rights legislation that Lyndon Johnson and Martin Luther King had kind of a roadmap of what they thought needed to pass for our country to move forward. And in 1964, there was the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which is Title VII, which is against discrimination in employment and in public accommodations. In 1965, the Voting Rights Act was passed. So in 1966, they proposed the Fair Housing Act. And it failed. It died in the Senate. And so they proposed it again. Lyndon Johnson had it proposed again in 1967. And it was meandering its way through Congress. And it wasn't looking good. It was looking like it was probably going to die again, this time in the House of Representatives. At the same time, Lyndon Johnson had just announced that he was not going to run for re-election, which meant that kind of the champion of a lot of these laws, at least in the White House, had kind of just lost his political capital. And then, if we were on this day 50 years ago, this would be 2 days after Martin Luther King was assassinated. And if we were in Congress, if we were in Washington, D.C., in the Capitol, roughly as far away as about Hickman High School, there would be a riot going on there right now, because that was happening in Washington, D.C. and in cities all around the country. And that's about how far away in D.C. the riots were from the Capitol. So you had legislators who had been sitting on and slow-walking fair housing legislation for years and refusing to pass it and bottling it up in committees, suddenly faced with this kind of convulsive national event. And that was what really helped it finally get passed. I mean, there'd obviously been a lot of work and advocacy that went into it for years, but the thing that finally helped dislodge it from Congress was this terrible tragedy. And so the law itself was passed and signed, the act was passed and signed into law by Lyndon Johnson on April 11th. So kind of there was a 1 week turnaround, which is extraordinarily fast for legislation to come out of Congress. But it really took that to dislodge it. And so I just want us to, I always think it's important to think about that history, because while we have a Fair Housing Act now, and I think people just don't think about it very much, but it's certainly an easy thing to take for granted. And we really almost didn't. It was looking like it wasn't going to pass again, and then it was looking like there wasn't going to be another president in line to champion it for some time. And so we have it. And then the question is, 50 years later, how much has it done? What have we accomplished with it? And I know a lot of scholars and probably, advocates who work with these issues every day feel like, of all the civil rights laws, this might have been the one that's underperformed the most. This might have been the one that held out the most promise, but maybe hasn't led to the results that we'd hoped. In the 1960s, the thought was, if we make it illegal to discriminate, then, integration will follow. Then equality will be the logical, progression of things. And today, 50 years later, we still have, as you've surely been hearing, fairly high rates of segregation, and extremely high rates of individual acts of housing discrimination still. The data that I have is the most comprehensive data that is out there. It's compiled by the National Fair Housing Association. So they take complaints filed to HUD, complaints filed to fair housing agencies. They can't get purely privately brought complaints by private lawyers, because that doesn't go through the system, but this is most of them. And out of over 28,000 complaints filed in 2016. Now, obviously, not all those are going to be ones that turn into something or that become a lawsuit, but that's how many complaints were received. It is estimated that that is such a small fraction of the universe of actual acts of discrimination, and people who study, the statisticians who know how to extrapolate the numbers estimate that it's more like 4 million individual acts of housing discrimination occur each year. If you look at rates of residential segregation, like I mentioned, they were pretty bad back in the 50s and 60s, and at the time that the Fair Housing Act was passed. They've gotten better most places, but they're still extremely high. And in certainly in cities and in areas that have a larger African American population, while the overall diversity of the city may look like it has improved, if you look at the diversity of neighborhoods, that often is something that, it looks like you could just draw lines around neighborhoods on a census map, and the patterns of segregation remain quite stark. So these are just some things to think about as we go forward talking about the law itself. I wanted to put it into that context of where are we going and how much, if at all, are things changing. So I'll talk about the law itself, and then I'll talk about some relatively recent developments in the law. And then I would love to have questions for the last part of this. So the law, the Fair Housing Act, as it was signed and passed in 1968, it protects certain characteristics. And when I say it protects a characteristic, it protects any discrimination based on that characteristic. So it protects race and color. It protects anybody who's discriminated against based on race. So you could be white, you could be black, you could be any race. It's not just meant to protect sort of a minority racial group. So national origin, that refers to, sometimes it's used synonymously with ethnicity. It's used to refer to, the nation of your or your ancestors' origin, because we are, of course, a nation of immigrants, and it's usually relatively recent immigrants that may experience national origin discrimination because they're perceived as, they're Mexican American or they're Somali American or something like that. Religion is another protected characteristic. Sex is a protected characteristic. Those were the ones that were in place at the time the Fair Housing Act was signed. In 1988, the Fair Housing Act was amended to include 2 additional protected characteristics. Disability, the Fair Housing Act uses the term handicap. I know disability would be a preferred modern term to use. And it also prohibits discrimination based on familial status, which is a unique protected characteristic in civil rights law. Title VII and some of the others don't include this. What does familial status mean? It means if you have children under the age of 18 living in your house, if you're a parent or a guardian or a custodian of children, because it turned out that discrimination against families with children was a serious problem. And Congress decided to address it by including this protected characteristic. Excuse me. So that's what the federal statute protects. That's what Missouri's human rights law protects. Those are the categories. Different states can add categories that they protect, and municipalities can add categories as well. And so Missouri hasn't added the state of Missouri hasn't added additional categories to this list of protected characteristics, but the city of Columbia has. So Columbia also protects marital status, sexual orientation, and gender identity are also protected characteristics under the city's municipal code. Okay, so what kind of conduct is addressed by the law? So probably the biggest, most important one is that the law makes it illegal to deny housing or make housing unavailable to someone because of any of those protected characteristics. That can include anything from refusing to rent to someone, to evicting someone, and any other way that you can deny someone housing in between. It also makes it illegal to impose different terms and conditions on housing, so different rent rates, requiring a higher credit score from people of one racial category than another, any things like that, and asking for a bigger deposit from a person because they use a wheelchair, anything like that. It is illegal to make or publish discriminatory ads, statements, or notices. So this was needed back in 1968 because people would put up signs saying, whites only, or, what have you. And then, I guess in the 80s, people would have signs that said no families with children, and advertisements would say that. That's doesn't seem like it's an issue anymore because since it's been illegal, newspapers won't run those ads and people know better than to post them, except for one thing that happened, which is the internet. So suddenly, with the advent of Craigslist and Facebook and whatever else, roommates.com and findmeanapartment.com, that's an area that we've seen there actually being, this issue has come back up again because it turns out that a lot of people who maybe, don't have a legal team to run their ads by because they're just home in their apartment putting up something on the internet may make statements that are discriminatory and that would violate this section of the law. So there's been a kind of a renewed interest in that with some of the online issues. It is also illegal to misrepresent the availability of housing to someone. And that is there for a specific reason. And it's because, A, that used to happen a lot, right? That's a very easy way that someone can discriminate and do it in such a manner that's hard to detect. Because if you go to rent an apartment and you show up at the office and you are told, oh, you know what, the apartment, somebody just signed a lease on it. Sorry, there's no more, it's not available anymore. You, the prospective renter, have no way of knowing if that's not a true statement. The best way to figure that out is by using testers. And people have been doing this since before the word tester was even a thing. People would just get their white friend or, their friend who didn't have kids or something to go attempt to rent that same apartment. And, if that person was told, yes, it's available, you can sign a lease and move in next week, that's how you'd know that there was a problem. That's how you'd know discrimination was happening. And so testing is still used in a very robust way today. HUD does testing just to test the market to see kind of what's happening out there. People have been able to do testing for mortgage applications. People have tested all manner of areas in real estate and whatnot, just to see what sometimes it's not done for litigation purposes, it's just done for research purposes to see what's going on out there. But this part of the law makes it so that it can also be done for litigation purposes. If someone is engaging in this kind of misrepresentation, that in and of itself can be a violation of the law. The law makes it illegal to discriminate in other real estate-related transactions and in lending. And I know you guys just heard about some lending and redlining. But basically it covers any other transactions that would affect housing, like insurance, appraisals, use of real estate brokerage services, mortgage lending, home equity loans, things like that. Finally, the law also makes it illegal to retaliate against somebody because they are asserting their fair housing rights, exercising their fair housing rights, or helping someone else to do it. So I have two little notes here that I had to add this year because Missouri state law used to be congruent here. It used to cover the same things that the federal law did in the same manner. It changed over the summer. Missouri Senate Bill 43 passed that amended the Missouri Human Rights Act. Most of those amendments seemed geared towards employment discrimination, which is, in Missouri, employment and housing are all in the same statute. But some of the changes that were made also affect housing, too. They didn't only affect employment. And so the two areas where I think that this is important enough to call out are, first of all, it may have been a drafting error, it may have been an oversight, it may have been intentional, I'm not sure, but when they rewrote the definition of retaliation, making it illegal to retaliate, they said it will be illegal for employers, labor unions, employment contractors, a whole kind of list of employment-related entities to retaliate based on, the exercise of civil rights. And they didn't put in landlords or real estate providers. They just completely seemed to leave out housing. So that has left many of us somewhat confused and waiting to see what that means and if they're going to fix it. I don't have a hotline to the legislature in Jeff City, so I have no idea where that is. But that's one thing that has happened. This doesn't mean that there is no protection against retaliation, discriminatory retaliation. The federal law still applies and exists. It just means now Missouri's law doesn't seem to be congruent anymore. The other area where Missouri seems to have changed its law is that the federal law makes it illegal to discriminate because of these protected characteristics. And when that's usually been meant to or interpreted to mean that if there's any amount of illegal discrimination that's motivating someone, that is enough for a plaintiff to bring a claim. So maybe there's a legitimate reason that someone got evicted, but there's also an illegitimate reason. It would be enough for a plaintiff to bring a claim in court. The Missouri seems to have changed its law to indicate that you have to prove that the illegal reason was the reason and not just one of a multiple reasons. So it kind of changed the interpretation of the words because of. And in the law, we do that. We will write, 1,000 pages about the meaning of 3 words. But so that's another area where the state law may have gotten more strict than what the federal law would require. Okay. I want to talk very briefly about some disability-specific provisions because the state and federal laws both have additional requirements under the category of disability that they don't have for the other protected characteristics. And the reason for that is that, it was assumed and understood that it wasn't enough to tell people just don't discriminate against people because they have a disability, that there's actual physical design and construction features that need to be changed in order for people with disabilities to use and enjoy housing on an equal basis. So it's not enough just to stop discriminating. You might have to do some affirmative steps in either making physical changes to structures or changes to policies and procedures. So the law requires landlords to make reasonable accommodations to their rules, policies, practices, and procedures if that is necessary to help a disabled person enjoy their housing in the same way that a non-disabled person would. And so that would mean something as simple as if the landlord has a parking policy that says, parking is allotted on a first come, first served basis. If someone says, well, I'm going to need to have the parking spot that's closer to the door so that I can get, that'll need to be mine because that'll help me get in and it'll be hard for me to traverse an entire parking lot. If the landlord is asked to make an accommodation to that parking assignment policy, they should do that. If it's a reasonable request, and if doing so isn't going to, create all sorts of problems. So another area where there's reasonable accommodations often come up is with animals, service animals, and tenants requesting to be able to have animals even if there is a no pet policy in the complex. Technically speaking, a service animal isn't a pet. It's a working animal. But, so sometimes when we say a no pet policy, that doesn't exactly capture what we'd be talking about. But that I know is a very common area. Every time I talk to any group that includes landlords, that's usually one of the things that people have the most questions about is how does that work? And so I can answer some questions about it later. I don't want to dive too deeply into it now because it's kind of a specific thing. The other thing that the law requires is that landlords permit people to make modifications to their property if that is necessary to use and enjoy the property. So a common thing like that would be, I'd like to put a ramp or something like that that leads to my unit. The landlord can require that it be taken down when the tenant leaves, but a physical modification. And then the final area is that pretty much for any new apartment building, multifamily building built after 1992 or built for first occupancy after 1992, there are requirements for accessibility features, that the place be designed and constructed with some very basic features that would allow people with mobility impairments to use the apartment. So wide enough doorways, no interior steps, things like that. So those construction requirements, in theory, should make it so that at least some subset of newly constructed apartment buildings should be usable. I know I've talked to many people that say there's not enough of those out there, and I'm sure that there's, there is a shortage in many places of apartments that meet those standards, because it's only multifamily. It's not new homes. It applies to multifamily apartments where either the ground floor or any unit that's reachable by an elevator. So it doesn't apply to everything, but it is a start. It's a lot easier to design something properly the first way than to have to retrofit it afterwards. That is for sure. So, okay, I want to talk very briefly about some theories for these types of cases, because I'm going to talk about some recent developments in those theories in the Supreme Court, and then we'll be ready for thinking about what's next and questions. So there's two basic theories that we use in litigating fair housing cases. The vast majority of them are what we call disparate treatment cases, which is when someone is intentionally being treated differently because of a protected characteristic. Now, it may be a hidden form of discrimination that we only would find through testing or by learning about it in some other way. It's not going to usually be the case that someone's going to announce discriminatory intent to someone. I'm not going to rent to you because blank. From an evidentiary standpoint, this stuff needs to get ferreted out in different ways. But the theory is that there's an intentional act of discrimination occurring. And so people are being treated differently, intentionally, given disparate treatment, even though they're similarly situated in all other respects. There's this other theory called disparate impact, which isn't used as much and is a little trickier. And it has to do when someone is using a facially neutral policy, so it doesn't look discriminatory, and it may not even be meant to be discriminatory, but it has an impact that harms one racial group more than others or perpetuates an existing segregated pattern. So a good example of that is the case that, kind of the biggest case that established this back in the day, back in the 1980s, was a case against the city of Blackjack, Missouri. Blackjack was a place that was, at this time, almost entirely white. I want to say it was 97% white. And there had been a push and it was single-family homes. There had been a push to build some apartments in Blackjack so that it would be more affordable, and with the express idea that maybe some people who lived in St. Louis would be able to move to Blackjack and take residence in these apartment buildings. And Blackjack refused to grant sort of the development permits for the building to be built. That was technically a racially neutral step, right? They didn't say anything about race. They just said, we're not going to allow this project to be built. But the effect that it had was that it basically prevented sort of a group of people who were interested in moving to Blackjack, who would have increased the racial diversity of Blackjack, from doing so. And it looked as if this really was done to sort of help keep Blackjack white. The court allowed the plaintiffs to at least sue on that theory, right? They didn't. It's not that they won their case, but the court allowed the plaintiffs to go ahead and say, we can bring a claim, making this argument that even though we can't point to one kind of racist statement or racist act, we can see the effect that this decision might have, and we can challenge it, and we can at least force Blackjack to justify why it's taking this step. And so that's basically how disparate impact works. It requires often a municipality to justify, is there a legitimate reason for what you're doing? Because otherwise this is problematic. It's having this effect. Okay, so in recent years, there's been some action in the federal law. This is a couple years old now, but there is this case, Texas Department of Housing and Community Development versus Inclusive Communities Project. The reason why I felt like I needed to talk about disparate impact just now is because in 2015, the Supreme Court upheld the use of that theory. And so this was kind of a big deal. The Supreme Court doesn't often take fair housing cases or think about fair housing. So when this case came up before the court, everybody was on pins and needles waiting to see what would happen. And they allowed the use of that theory in fair housing cases. In that case, it had to do with the allocation of low-income housing tax credits in and around Dallas. And the Department of Housing and Community Development was only allocating low-income housing credits, tax credits in already heavily minority neighborhoods in Dallas, and not allocating any of them for any of the white communities kind of around those. And so what it was doing was kind of really entrenching segregated patterns. And so it was challenged. Again, all that this really meant was that the plaintiffs were allowed to use this theory to challenge the allocation of the tax credits. Ultimately, I think on the merits, it was found to be an acceptable way to allocate them because those were areas that needed more neighborhood redevelopment. So it doesn't mean the plaintiff wins. It just means the plaintiff can bring the case and force the entity to justify its actions. Around that same time, HUD also passed a rule, a regulation, which has the force of law, even though it's not passed the same way that as a law is, that basically said, from now on, when we are giving jurisdictions, municipalities, cities, counties, what have you, grant money, particularly through the Community Development Block Grant Program, which is where a lot of money gets sent to local governments, we will provide them with some data tools and require them to show that when they're taking this money, they're going to use it in a way that helps to affirmatively further fair housing, or at least doesn't make segregation worse. And so what this really does is just requires and I'm sure people who work for the city here who've had to do these, it's probably a pain, but it basically requires some analysis of, existing impediments to fair housing in the community and how this money will be used either to help them or at least not to make them worse. And then finally, just last year, there was another fair housing case before the court, and this one had to do with the city of Miami was suing Bank of America and Wells Fargo for giving pretty much targeted predatory loans in the minority neighborhoods within the city of Miami. Each lender, through their subprime lending arm, really did give a huge amount of predatory loans targeted in these particular minority neighborhoods that then caused, when the foreclosure crisis hit, mass foreclosures, kind of neighborhood collapse. And the city was trying to sue on its own behalf. It was not suing on behalf of the people who'd had the loans and lost their houses. It was suing on its behalf, claiming that it was injured because it lost tax revenue, property tax revenue. The properties, the value went into the toilet, basically. When you have 8 houses on one block go into foreclosure, that's kind of a tailspin. And also increased municipal expenditures for things like health and safety and police and all sorts of things like that. So the question that was going before the court is, can the city do that? Can the city, which was not the one who took out the loans and not the, city was sort of a secondary, city suffered harm, but it was sort of a secondary harm. Are they even allowed to bring a case like that in court? And the Supreme Court said yes, they can, but the court also said the city's going to have to show kind of that these harms that it claims it experienced really were caused by these banks and not by other social factors and forces that also hit when the recession hit. So again, kind of like in the Inclusive Communities case, in both of these cases, plaintiffs won, but it's not clear that that means that sort of it's smooth sailing down the road. They were only winning on some very threshold issues about whether they could even bring a claim. Whether they were going to win the claim is a different story. Okay, so final slide, and then I'm happy to take questions, is so now what? What do we see coming down the pike? What am I thinking about now when I'm trying to figure out what is going to happen next? Probably the two biggest things that I am thinking about now are what is HUD going to do? HUD plays the Department of Housing and Urban Development plays a huge role in all of this because it, not only does it give money, community development money, and affordable housing money to localities to use to try to help these issues, it also has an anti-discrimination mandate. There's also a whole wing of HUD that focuses on fair housing and investigating complaints and doing the sort of the litigation work on that end. And I'm just not sure how much of that they're going to be doing right now. They've removed some of the anti-discrimination language from their website's mission statement. The Secretary of HUD has openly questioned whether affirmatively furthering fair housing is a good idea or is a failed socialist experiment. Those were the words he used. While I think that HUD, there's still a lot of people there and they still exist, so I don't think they're going to stop doing what they're doing. I just question what's going to happen in terms of priorities and resource allocation. And in particular, I don't think this will happen, but if any of you has sat down and read the president's proposed budget for 2018 or 2019 now, the Community Development Block Grant Program is zeroed out of it completely. I don't think that that's actually going to happen. I don't think Congress is going to pass it without that. I think enough people are going to, rise up. But that just sort of is a warning sign. I mean, the existing budget or the budget proposal would cut HUD's funding by anywhere from 13 to 18%. And like I said, take out the Community Development Block Grant completely. And if that just shows you sort of where priority goals are, that's a scary place. So I think about that and I don't know what will happen. So that's that gives me concern. On sort of a more interesting positive side, there's been some movement in the courts lately to recognize sexual orientation in places that don't already protect it. Right? It's not protected in the federal law as a protected category. It's not protected in the state of Missouri as a state category. But so in some places that don't have it in their laws, some courts have lately, literally just in the last 2 years, interpreted sort of sex discrimination to include sexual orientation discrimination under the theory that if someone's being discriminated against because they're failing to conform to a gender stereotype, that can be sex discrimination, even if kind of that failure to conform to the gender stereotype is that someone's a gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgendered person. So some of the lower courts have started doing that. And that kind of sets up a really interesting question that ultimately I think will need to go to the Supreme Court to be answered. But that's another thing I'm watching out for when I court watch now. So I will wrap it up there then and ask for questions if anyone has them. I know I stand between you and lunch, so yes.
Maybe a next steps question because of the list of protected classes, but it seems like especially in Columbia, people have trouble finding housing because of bad credit, or there's, there was on CaseNet, they were evicted previously by another landlord. Assuming that it's not a case of disparate treatment, I'm just kind of curious the conversations about the challenges of having poor credit because of a lack of income previously and kind of fair housing opportunities?
Yeah, and that's a very good question. And really, what that is it's a sort of a disparate impact would be the claim that you would bring about that, which would be, this is a facially neutral policy, and yet it may impact one group more heavily than another. And so I know that in a lot of, in different states there have been different, and municipalities, there's been like action to do things like help, like if a woman is a victim of domestic violence and has had some form of, either credit or evictions surrounding that, that there can be special ways of dealing with that. I also know that kind of once the disparate impact theory was affirmed, that HUD, under the Obama administration, started encouraging landlords to look differently about their criminal background check policies, similar to the way we have kind of a ban-the-box idea for employment here, that landlords, it's still okay for a landlord to have, policies that prohibit people who've been convicted of certain crimes and, recent crimes and things won't rent to them, and to take that into consideration. But, they encouraged landlords to not have kind of just a blanket, if you've ever been convicted of any crime, you can't live here policy. Because that might, somebody 20 years ago who shoplifted or, something like that, that could, doesn't really serve the purpose of tenant safety anymore, and really is just excluding people. So, the thing about the disparate impact cause of action, or the idea, is that you can still do things that might have a disparate impact if you've got a legitimate reason for doing it. And so it encourages landlords and other people to examine their policies and just make sure they're not just kind of resorting to a one-size-fits-all, we'll just never rent to anybody who's ever had a criminal conviction, no matter what, no matter if it was a DUI 15 years ago, or to encourage them to be a little more thoughtful about how their policies are affecting people and why they have those policies. So that would be the thing. I mean, obviously a landlord should take into account, someone's credit score, but maybe they should do it in the most thoughtful way possible, and not just have a kind of, one size fits all. Anybody can't get in, if they've ever had an eviction, even if it was 20 years ago or something like that. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and old. I have in my hand here what I consider a socially activist document, but it's actually a screenplay, but it's socially activist. It's about trailer parks. And I don't know whether you've read and Googled on the internet, people have been evicted from their homes wholesale from entire trailer parks. They've even had their trailers bulldozed over and not paid for it. And they can't find, it's a sad situation that exists in this country. They can't find other trailer parks to put their trailers, so it's just bulldozed over and destroyed. And I think we need to does HUD do something about it? And do they consider this as do the rules apply to this? And I think we should have, I'll say this and shut up. I think we should have people allowed to buy the land their trailers set on, form a cooperative, and we should even have land set aside just for trailer home communities, say outside in the county, where they can have that and never have their homes jerked out from under them. So that's my statement. And I'll give you the screenplay.
Okay. That's obviously people who are on the ground with this issue, that do tenants' rights and things like that, I know deal with this. And it's a really hard issue because, mobile homes are not mobile. And when all you're doing is renting the ground underneath your mobile home. And they basically still act like apartments. So you can be evicted on short notice from what is essentially, a home. And if the place wants to sell the land, then they can have a kind of a mass eviction situation. And it's one of the things that I like to describe it as is when you're in a city and there are kind of lower income people who can't afford a single family home. They live in an apartment. When you're out in a more rural area, there's not apartments, all over the place. That living in a trailer home is a much more, that's the much more common way that you're going to find a home. And so the same kind of problems that happens to renters in, apartment buildings in the city can happen to, folks that are living in trailers more out in a county or a rural environment. And it's, sometimes there it's not so much about kind of a protected characteristic, it's just about them not being poor or not having as much money as the owner of the park. And, and there becomes landlord-tenant, I know that's where kind of tenants' rights groups and landlord-tenant activists can come in to play. But I agree, it's a bad situation.
Just to mention, in the same area, I'm a mobile home person on disability. I was part of a group some 6-8 years ago. We made several trips to St. Louis, pulling in Kansas City, and got a law. And the only law covering our mobile home courts is the 4-month notice before closing. We need many more laws protecting those who live in mobile homes, because everyone has a right to their space. Maybe you have little independence. Maybe you can put out a garden. Maybe you can set outdoors and do your own thing in your space rather than being confined to a apartment staring at someone right next door to you that you don't have to necessarily stare right at each other. And it really gives you independence to be able to live in a mobile home, but we have no laws to protect the standards around us. Thank you.
Thanks.
My name's John Clark. I live at 403 North 9th Street, Columbia, Missouri. And so I'm going to phrase this kind of as a question, because I'm glad that Ted and Dwight brought us up. We are about to embark on a Fair Housing Task Force project. And of course, I see that as very much about addressing the issue of having an affordable housing policy in Columbia, which is a major first step. I should say Columbia and the Columbia area is a first step in removing a number of barriers to both affordable housing. Also, in our area, that really has to include thinking about transportation, but also fair housing. But in this kind of context, you think that one of the issues, or maybe one of the questions that the task force should address is, how do we think about the lack of apartment availability that is in the city in a more rural area, and therefore, as part of a policy, think about both for the city and the fringe areas of the county, where mobile home parks, and therefore much more regulation, protection, et cetera, would apply to that as part of a policy of saying we want to encourage and help support and make available decent, affordable housing and fair access to that housing. And the mobile home park is a much bigger issue for a community like ours overall than it would be. Would you think that would be a key topic, that a question to answer in an affordable housing task force, and what the work they're going to be doing?
So to say, explore different housing types to kind of enhance access to affordable housing in different parts of the county, or different?
Well, it would be, right now, affordable housing in many cases is thought to be, well, it's going to be a HUD eligible area and entitlement cities and sort of in the center. But if you're going to say, we want to make such affordable and fair housing opportunities more available on a broader basis throughout the community, thinking as the community as a whole, not as a program, but somehow or another in the discussion about the policy, about that broader dispersion, be noting at least part of the facts that would back all this up. So what is the equivalent of apartments as part of providing decent, affordable, and fair housing in cities in an area that's more urban, rural, or a combination of those things? Would you think that would be a real... a key issue for such a task force to address?
I think that would be a very important question to look at.
That's
Yeah,
my
I
question.
think so.
That's how I wanted to get it in. Thank you very much.
And I think other models too for sort of, as was brought up, things that are, the kinds of, and these involve so many moving parts because there's financing, there's operations, there's all kinds, and there's, funding streams. But, there's been some talk now of kind of private, the private sector getting involved in some, particularly in, taking over some of the still vacant foreclosed on properties from 2008, 9, and 10, and running them in such a manner so that, tenants can do things like kind of rent to own, not in a predatory way, which a lot of rent to own plans had been, but in a real way. You can build up equity in this house through your rent payment and maybe someday purchase it, sort of encouraging people to be able to own the land they live on or the unit that they live on. And so, I think there's a lot that can be done in looking at different housing types and different kind of housing delivery models, but it involves a lot of money and a lot of moving parts and a lot of work. So I wish it was easy, but there's a lot involved there.
There's a question buried in this setup, but I won't bury it too far.
Okay.
I've often wondered what legal recourse, rather than political recourse, exist for neighborhoods that experience an unfair allocation of resources. And let me give you an example here in Columbia. The mayor and Director Kramer spoke about our traditionally old school segregated neighborhoods north of Broadway. When you go north of Broadway, you see fewer sidewalks, if any. You see bad storm drainage, no streetlights, fewer fire stations, sewers that are in bad shape, notoriously bad shape. They don't sweep the streets, and yet south of Broadway, just saw the street sweepers through there 6 or 7 times one morning, not north. So the question is, that kind of resource misallocation contributes to segregation. In fact, it's born of it in a lot of ways. What does HUD, the federal government, I think HUD oversees the CDBG grants, which are always directed toward these neighborhoods and often used to substitute for local tax dollars rather than supplement them. Do these neighborhoods have any recourse to force our large institutional players like City Hall to get engaged and be fair with how they allocate resources, especially infrastructure, which is critical to housing?
So I think, one really good point in there is that, when people often ask what are the harms of segregation, why is it a problem? There's many issues that are a problem because of it, but one of the really big ones is that when you've got racially defined neighborhoods, it is very easy to have a resource misallocation between them, and that way, if that happens, there is a group of people whose segregation becomes more entrenched. And so it's born, segregation kind of creates this situation and then makes it worse. Because that is often the group that has the quietest political voice in terms of how much they can make done. People in more expensive, wealthy neighborhoods can demand more and get more, and it's harder for, groups in the neighborhoods with less resources to then turn around and demand more resources because they're just not in, they're in sort of a politically weakened position, as it were. I don't know what the answer is to that from a legal standpoint, because there have been many Fair Housing Act cases where neighborhoods and individuals would bring claims against the city, town, what have you, on that very thing. The streets are bad here, the street lights don't work, garbage isn't picked up here, name it. And the courts have not been as willing to entertain those as housing violations because they want it to be directly tied to the terms and conditions of housing. And so they'll say, well, we're sorry that, whatever, your municipality located a landfill, in your residential neighborhood or whatever the case may be. But unless it prevents you from using your housing, it's not a housing-related problem. And so there have been successful cases where something has gotten bad enough that people have been able to argue, like, we can't use our housing anymore. It's too dangerous, it's too unsafe or unsanitary. But it has to be that level of severity for it to be considered a fair housing violation. There may be other kind of approaches or tactics that can be used, sort of in other parts of the law. But from the Fair Housing Act perspective, that's been tried, and it doesn't often work. Like I said, it has to get pretty bad in order for a court to find that it's actually affecting the housing itself and not just the conditions around the housing, which we all know are part and parcel of it, but the courts take a stricter view there. Thanks. Like it's lunchtime for you all. Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
So our next speaker is Eric Kriegel. He's been employed with the Missouri Commission on Human Rights for over 30 years. He began his career as an investigator in the Kansas City office and currently serves as the Director of Investigative Operations in the Jefferson City office. He oversees agency operations statewide, assists in program development, strategic and budget planning, and acts as liaison to the Missouri Attorney General's office. And the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, liaison to all of those. In addition to providing initial training to the Missouri Commission on Human Rights investigators, he provides education training and outreach to other state agencies and to the public, as in right now. Eric received his bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Missouri at Kansas City, and he earned his master's in public administration from University of Missouri-Columbia right here. So, welcome to the stage, Eric Kriegel.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Kind of glad we had that lunch break because all the presentations this morning are hard acts to follow. Like Zach said this morning, they were awesome. So anyway, I'll give it a shot. Okay, we've got our disclaimer here. This is not intended to be a source of legal advice, advertising, or solicitation. If you need legal advice, seek your counsel. Our lawyers put that in, of course. So our objectives here this morning or this afternoon are going to be to talk a little bit about MCHR background and history, talk about the fair housing section of the Missouri Commission or the Missouri Human Rights Act, talk about the administrative complaint process in the Act, and then talk about the changes to the Act that happened from Senate Bill 43, and then have any questions and answers. So this was our state's first anti-discrimination law, the ordinance abolishing slavery in Missouri. And it's too bad Dr. Gary Kramer's not here. I would thank him because the Historical Society sent us the picture of this historical document. And I was trying to make out the quirky handwriting there and figure out what it actually said when I noticed that this document was signed by my great-great-great-uncle Arnold Kriegel. And he was the president of the Constitutional Convention that was rewriting the state's constitution at that time. And so he signed this on January 11th, 1865. That was 11 months before Congress passed the 13th Amendment, freeing slaves nationally. So this document here in Missouri freed over 100,000 people in the state. So pretty awesome. The Capitol building, the first Capitol building, was struck by lightning in February of 1911 and burned down. And some of the documents were saved, and you can see the burn marks on the edge of this ordinance abolishing slavery. And it almost burnt up, but it was in fact saved. So the Fast forward 90 years to 1957, and we have legislation passed the legislature that created the Missouri Commission on Human Rights. It did not bestow the commission any enforcement powers, but it said the commission was to encourage fair treatment and foster mutual respect and understanding among all racial and ethnic groups, and to discourage discrimination against any of them. Then in 1961, the Fair Employment Practices Act was passed, which forbid employment discrimination because of race, creed, color, religion, and national origin. In 1965, the Fair Public Accommodations Act was passed, also prohibiting discrimination on those bases. And in 72, finally, we got the Missouri Fair Housing Act. Later, sex was added as a protected category, and then handicap was added as a protected category. In 1986, all three of these statutes were recodified into Chapter 213, and it was called the Missouri Human Rights Act. It added the protected category of age in employment, and they deleted the protected category of creed. Handicap was changed to disability, and complainants at that time were given the right to sue. So that had not been in the statutes before that. So the Commission on Human Rights is now housed in the Missouri Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. Our mission is to prevent and eliminate discrimination. We try to prevent it through training, education, and outreach, and we try to eliminate it through enforcement of the Missouri Human Rights Act. So here's a look at 1958. These are the first commissioners that were appointed by the governor, confirmed by the Senate, of the Commission on Human Rights. We've got some notable people in this group. The woman there is a lady named Lucille Bluford, and she was a journalist, a reporter, an editor, and civil rights advocate for many years. In 1939, she applied to MU to go to their graduate school in journalism, and they accepted her. And so she showed up to enroll, and they said, but you're black. You can't go here. So she sued them. And the case went up to the Supreme Court, and the criteria they looked at in 1939 was separate but equal. They said, well, if the black university in the state there, if Lincoln University has a graduate school in journalism, she's going to have to go there. But Lincoln University did not have a graduate program in journalism, so they said, MU, you've got to take her because it's separate but unequal. And so what did MU do? They disbanded their graduate program in journalism. So she went on to become a reporter for the Kansas City Call, and then the editor of the newspaper, and then the publisher of that newspaper. And it's still in existence today in Kansas City and serving a wide public there. In 1984, MU gave her the Medal for Distinguished Service in Journalism. And in 1989, they gave Lucille Bluford an honorary doctorate degree. So it only took her 50 years, but she got her graduate degree from MU, finally. MU just named a dormitory after Lucille Bluford, and the state has also acknowledged her birthday last summer for the first time. The gentleman to her left and back there has a grandson who's probably more famous than he was. This is Rush Limbaugh Sr. So I guess he was a little different from his grandson. All right, here's some of our commissioners. There's supposed to be one commissioner for every congressional district, and we've got 3 at-large commissioners. We've got a new one, Jade Jump, so we don't have her photograph yet. She's from Southwest Missouri, but we still need a few more commissioners to get up to our full quota. We do have enough, thankfully, for a quorum to, conduct official business. So the Missouri Human Rights Act prohibits discrimination in housing, employment, and places of public accommodations. It prohibits discrimination because of race, color, religion, national origin, ancestry, sex. So the state statute distinguishes between national origin and ancestry, whereas Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of '64 has national origin being both being born in a foreign country and being born here but of a particular ethnicity. So the state law distinguishes between those two. The Act also prohibits discrimination because of age and employment only, and the protected age group is 40 to 69. Disability, on the basis of disability, and it also prohibits familial status discrimination in housing only. Familial status discrimination is the status of having minor children. Okay, additionally, the Act prohibits discrimination on the basis of association with a member of another protected category. Commonly, that is race and race association. In housing, we might have a mixed race couple who's interested in renting an apartment. The white spouse is looking at the apartment and everything's going fine. The black spouse shows up to view the apartment and all of a sudden there's problems with their application. So race and race association. You could have a disability association, maybe a parent with a child with a disability, that type of thing. And retaliation. So the statute says it is against the law to retaliate against somebody for filing a complaint, assisting in the investigation of a discrimination complaint, testifying at a hearing about one, or opposing discriminatory practices. Now, because of the changes in Senate Bill 43, housing complainants are no longer protected from retaliation for asserting their rights not to be discriminated against, and they're also not protected in terms of association discrimination. So I think it was probably a drafting error, but like Professor Oliveri said this morning, they were focusing so much on employment, they forgot about housing. So they were adding a list of the respondents who were going to be covered by the association and retaliation protection. They put in the employment respondents and places of public accommodations, but completely forgot all the housing respondents. So that's a pretty big hole in the statute there. Fiscal year 2017, we received 1,180 employment discrimination complaints, 174 housing complaints, so that was 12%. That's a lot for us, and 117 public accommodation complaints, so it was close to 1,500 complaints we took in fiscal year 2017. Okay, the complaint allegations, this is interesting because almost half of the complaints we received alleged retaliation. So whether or not there was a violation found, almost half the complaints we took, the people believed that they were being discriminated against because they asserted their rights not to be discriminated against. So these percentages you can see add up to way more than 100, and that's because we get multiple allegations on each complaint. We might have a complaint where the woman says, well, I got sexually harassed in the workplace, I filed an internal complaint, and then they fired me in retaliation for complaining about the sexual harassment. So we'd get a sexual harassment complaint and a retaliation complaint in the same one there. So that's why we add up to more than 100. Disability complaints were next with almost 38%, sex discrimination almost 37%, race 30%, age 20%, national origin and religion are usually fairly low. Okay, so Under the fair housing sections of the Human Rights Act, what transactions are going to be subject to the fair housing laws? Well, they're going to cover the entire relationship between a housing provider and an applicant or a resident from the time of the initial inquiry through the application and residency to termination, move out, and sometimes even beyond. We had one situation where somebody filed a complaint about their termination of their tenancy. They settled the complaint. Part of the settlement was not giving, they were giving neutral housing references, and they ended up trashing the complainant in giving housing references, and she couldn't get an apartment where she wanted to go, so that became a new retaliation complaint. So it could be even beyond the move-out situation. So the fair housing sections also cover the relationship between a lender and an applicant or those seeking loans for housing. So that could be a mortgage for a house, it could be for building a house or building an apartment complex. So what types of housing are subject to the fair housing laws? The laws use the word dwellings, and that can be including apartments, houses, mobile homes, nursing homes, homeless shelters, land to be used for housing. So it pretty much covers all non-temporary types of housing. But religious organizations, there's an exception for them in that they can limit the sale, rental, or occupancy of dwellings that they own or operate for other than commercial purposes. They can limit that to the persons of the same religion. So they can discriminate in terms of the same religion, in terms of the sale, rental, or occupancy of these dwellings, so long as they're not used for commercial purposes, something that does not come up very often. So who has to comply with the fair housing laws? Anyone who has control of residential property or real estate financing. So complaints can also be filed not only against the companies that are listed up there, but they can also be filed against the individual owners or employees of those companies who are involved in the situation of the case. So you can have liability of, say, the individual property manager or the individual owner, in addition to the companies that are at operation in those situations. All right, disability discrimination. So people have to show that they're within the statutory definition of disability to be protected by the statute. Disability is defined in a way that there are three different types of disability that are covered. One is a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more of a person's major life activities. Those are the kind we usually deal with. So this is a substantially limiting impairment that a person has. But people can also be discriminated against because they have a record of having such impairment, whether or not they still have it. And they could also be discriminated against because they're simply regarded as having this condition. You know, we might have a situation in a housing deal where, and we did have a complaint like this, where the landlord perceived the complainant to be a person who was HIV positive. And so they banned him from swimming in the swimming pool. So he was not HIV positive, but they were treating him. They regarded him. It was a perceived disability. So they discriminated against him as if he did have that disability, even though that wouldn't interfere with his ability to swim in the pool. So disability discrimination. Individuals that have disabilities are going to be entitled to equal access in housing. It needs to ensure that the facilities are going to be physically accessible. That could require making reasonable accommodations for the complainant. Providers have to provide that reasonable accommodation in the rules, the practices, the policies, the services, when it's necessary to afford the person with the disability an equal housing opportunity. Like the ADA, there needs to be an interactive process between the person with the disability and the housing provider about the reasonable accommodation. Where there are several possibilities for reasonable accommodations, the housing provider gets to choose which one is provided. Reasonable modifications would be architectural modifications to the dwelling paid for and done by the applicant or the tenant themselves, like installing grab bars in the bathroom, that type of thing. And both the state and the federal fair housing laws provide design and construction accessibility requirements. They require that multifamily dwellings built after March of 1991 to have features which make them accessible to people with disabilities. So this provides a minimum standard of accessibility. So reasonable accommodations. The person with the individual with the disability has to make a request for a reasonable accommodation. Now, they don't have to use the magic words reasonable accommodation, but they need to communicate that because of my condition, I have this problem and I need, an accommodation for that. So communication needs to be done in that. That's the interactive process. You need to analyze reasonable accommodation cases on a case-by-case basis because they can be very fact-specific. You got to take into consideration the individual circumstances of both parties. The accommodation should be granted unless it poses an undue financial or administrative burden on the housing provider. Okay, these would be some accommodation examples: assigning somebody with a mobility impairment a ground floor apartment, property maintenance, that could be like snow removal or putting out ice melt in the winter for somebody who has a mobility impairment, assigning parking places closest to their apartment, allowing assistance animals. Reasonable modifications. Landlords need to permit reasonable modification of existing premises at the expense of the person with the disability. If the property, however, is a recipient of federal funds, then the landlord's going to be responsible for the costs of those modifications because they're going to also be covered by the Rehabilitation Act of '73. So assistance animals are different from service animals under the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act. Under the ADA, they're limited to dogs, service dogs with specific training. But under the fair housing sections in the Human Rights Act, they're not limited to dogs. They're not required to have specific training. They can accompany the tenant in any public or common use area of the apartment complex. They cannot be charged an additional deposit, additional monthly rent, or additional insurance. And I can tell you we get lots of complaints over those last three for additional charges. And what we have to tell landlords, housing providers, are that, an assistance animal is not a pet. That's why all these pet policies do not apply to them. They provide assistance to a person with a disability. They're not a pet, so the pet policies don't apply. If they tear up the rug in the apartment, then the tenant's going to be responsible for fixing that. But you can't charge, extra for an assistance animal. HUD used to call assistance animals service animals, but because of the different treatment they receive under the ADA and the Fair Housing Act, it was thought to be less confusion to say it's assistance animals under the Federal Fair Housing Act. Okay, so when you're making a request for accommodation of having an assistance animal, there should be some kind of medical information or documentation confirming that the person has the disability and explaining the need for this animal relative to the disability. So this person could be a psychologist, a therapist, a social worker, a doctor, could be any person with authority to deal with that. So they need to say this person has a disability. They don't necessarily have to say what it is, but they reference they do have a disability and how the animal would ameliorate the effects of that disability. Now, currently, before the House of Representatives, there's a House Bill 2031, which would criminalize make it against the law for somebody to misrepresent that they have a disability that requires having a service animal, or that the animal that they have is in fact a trained service animal. And it was recently amended to add something covering also assistance animals in there too. So it's been voted out of committee and perfected with amendments at the end of March. So now, along with, reasonable accommodations, housing providers can require that the tenant maintain control of the dog in the unit and the common areas, clean up after the dog, and ensure that the dog doesn't make excessive noise. And they can also, ask for vaccination records. Okay, there is a defense called the direct threat defense for discriminating against somebody with a disability. And that's when that disability could pose a direct threat of harm to the health and safety of the person themselves or to others in the apartment areas there. And the determination of whether or not a direct threat exists has to be based on an individualized assessment and some type of objective evidence. It can't be based on simply the mere possibility that a person might hurt themselves or others. Well, gee, they might get hurt doing that. It's got to be a little more set on that. So usually you're going to get some medical information. Maybe there's police reports, about acting out or violent behavior previously. Look at the duration of the risk, the nature and severity of the harm, the likelihood that the harm will occur, and the imminence of potential harm. Okay, housing accessibility requirements. So both the Human Rights Act and the Federal Fair Housing Act require that these multifamily dwellings after March of 1991 have be designed and constructed to allow people with disabilities access. So a lot of times this means, wheelchair access. Although many of the requirements do focus on the use of wheelchairs, meeting those requirements also helps people with other types of impairments or disabilities like arthritis, sports injuries, war injuries, people who have mobility problems, people with difficulty in gripping or turning doorknobs, who use canes, walkers, or have limited reach ranges. So the accessibility requirements require an accessible route into and out of the apartment building. So that would include the parking lot into the apartment building, into and around the apartments. So in other words, apartments have to be wheelchair accessible. That means you have to be able to take a wheelchair into the kitchen, be able to turn around and use the kitchen. They have to be able to drive the wheelchair into a bathroom and turn around and use the facilities in there also. All common use areas of apartment complexes also have to be accessible. So you got a clubhouse here that people can use, you got stairs to it, and no way for somebody in a wheelchair to get up the stairs. That's not going to be a common use area that's accessible. Laundry rooms could be an issue also. There is a section in the Human Rights Act that allows the state's attorney general to file suit in court when they find out the Human Rights Act is being violated. And now it's not been used very often, but prior attorney general did initiate complaints against a bunch of condominiums at the Lake of the Ozarks. And the condos were designed and constructed without regards to the design and construction requirements that were in effect since 1991. And so it's not going to be too hard to figure out whether, we're just using the ADA requirements, is this door wide enough to get a wheelchair through? The evidence is in this tape measure right here. So it was not hard to get evidence of whether or not they were in compliance, and they weren't. And so they had to retrofit these condominiums, and that was hugely expensive. So the AG's office didn't file against, all the condos down there, but they filed against enough of them that they got the message that, if they're not in compliance, they better get it retrofitted or they're going to get sued and have legal expenses and damages in addition to having to retrofit those things. So that was a good outcome on that. Some fair housing organizations also jumped in and filed some complaints on some of the folks that weren't getting the message too. All right, the administrative complaint process under the statute is divided into 4 parts: intake, investigation, conciliation, and public hearing. Most of our activity is going to be at intake and investigation. A case only goes to conciliation if we find probable cause that there was discrimination, if we find probable cause that the statute had been violated. And it only goes to public hearing if, 1, it does not settle at the conciliation stage, and 2, if our chairperson decides to set the case for hearing. And she makes that decision on the basis of input from the Attorney General's office and from staff. So the majority of our cases, our work is going to be at intake and investigation. Only a small percentage of our cases go probable cause. Some of that's because complainants can request their notice of right to sue, and they're not going to wait for our process. They want to get their right to sue letter and file suit in court themselves. So some of our strongest cases go there. Some of our other strongest cases settle, way before we make a finding of probable cause. They get an attorney to respond to our interrogatories, and the attorney says, well, we better settle this right now before it gets worse. So some of our stronger cases either go right to sue or settle. That's why we got a small fraction the probable cause and conciliation situation. So intake begins with our initial contact with the prospective complainant, ends with us helping them fill out a complaint form for their signature, or referring them to the appropriate forum if we don't have jurisdiction. So jurisdiction is the status of satisfying the statutory requirements for filing a charge. In terms of the Human Rights Act, there are 4 areas you have to satisfy. First, it has to be timely. Second is that we have to have jurisdiction over the respondent. So basically, they have to be covered. The person or the entity filed against have to be covered by the statute. And the subject matter has to be the subject matter of the Human Rights Act. So it's got to allege a complaint of discrimination in housing, employment, or public accommodations due to any of our protected categories. If they don't do that, then we don't have jurisdiction over it. Standing means the person who is filing the complaint has suffered some injury from an alleged discriminatory act. The statutory language is they're a person claiming to be aggrieved by a discriminatory act. So I couldn't file a complaint for my wife. She would have to file it herself, alleging discrimination. Sometimes organizations can file. They can have standing to file if they have been injured by a discriminatory act and suffered, say, a frustration of their mission, and have had to divert resources due to discrimination, or in representing aggrieved members. So we do get, mainly in housing, do we get organizational complaints. And usually it's filing on behalf of an aggrieved member. Time limits. The statute says you've got to file a complaint within 180 days of the alleged discrimination. HUD can take a complaint up to 1 year after the alleged discrimination, but under state law, it's 180 days, so that's about 6 months. The Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, can take a complaint up to 10 months later, 300 days, but with MCHR, 180 days is it. You file on the 181st day, we have no jurisdiction. Now, we do encourage the parties to settle and have an early resolution process, because if, after a complaint has been filed, the respondent has the smallest amount of potential liability, then that would be a great time to resolve it and get it wrapped up and closed and everybody's taken care of. So we offer, after the service of the complaint, if both parties agree, we offer to provide free in-person mediation, or an informal negotiation services to try and resolve the matter right then. We act as a facilitator to the negotiations. The facilitator or the mediator don't provide legal advice or advice whether or not to, accept an offer. If they do reach an agreement, then the parties sign the agreement and we close the case. It could be enforced in court if there's, an alleged breach to the agreement. If the parties, however, do not settle the complaint, we can't force them to settle, then we will get the case assigned for investigation. In fiscal year 17, settlements before the commission amounted to $3.29 million. That's a pretty incredible amount considering our early resolution staff is 1 to 1.5 people. But we also supplement that by using volunteer attorney mediators, and we also have mediation services that we get from the MU School of Law Center for the Study of Dispute Resolution, which is nationally renowned. So we leverage our small staff with some other assistants and have had very good luck. We do get a little more demand than we can get in a timely manner, but we try to get to all those requests for mediation or settlement negotiations. But like I said, sometimes we go through the mediation or negotiations and the parties just cannot reach a settlement. We can't force that. So if they want to have their case investigated, we'll send it on for investigation. That's the process where we get data and evidence to determine the validity of the complaints. Was this unlawful discrimination or not? During this whole process, MCHR acts as a neutral fact finder. We're not going to represent either side in this kind of a situation. So after the investigation, the investigator gets the information, they write the case up, send it to their supervisor, who reviews it for the proper, legal analysis, and the executive director makes a finding. She finds either there was probable cause that statute was violated, that there was unlawful discrimination. The evidence more likely than not indicated the complainant was discriminated against. So we look at a preponderance of the evidence standard. And if the majority of the evidence says they were discriminated against, then we find probable cause. If the majority of the evidence says it's more likely than not it was not discrimination, then we will find no probable cause. For the cases that allege discrimination prior to the effective date of Senate Bill 43, we will issue a notice of right to sue with no violation findings. Because of the changes in Senate Bill 43 for cases that allege discrimination after August 28th, the effective date of the bill, then we will just find no probable cause or no violation and notify them of their right to appeal our finding in state court. Complainants do have the right to sue. They can, say, hey, I'm tired of waiting for you guys to get this case done. I want to just get my notice of right to sue. Again, with the, if we're dealing with pre-August 28 cases, we can issue that right to sue at any time to them. For the cases after August 28, due to Senate Bill 43, we can only give them the right to sue after their case has been on file for 180 days. So they got to wait for 6 months after they file the complaint. If the case is still open, they can send in their request to get the notice of right to sue. Then we'll give it to them and they can take their case into court. So we get a fairly large percentage of our cases have gone right to sue in the past. We'll see if that percentage goes down with Senate Bill 43 kicking in now. So it was 25 or 30%, I think, went right to sue before. Okay, so we talked about the right to sue on request before and after 828. If we find probable cause in a case, then first we have to attempt to conciliate or settle the case. We've got more leverage at that point because we just found that more likely than not, the law had been broken, that there was a violation. But again, we cannot force people to settle. If they do not want to settle, then the chairperson decides whether to set the case for hearing. And if the chair says dismiss the case, then we'll dismiss it. If the chair says set it for hearing, we'll set it for hearing. It's heard by the state's Administrative Hearing Commission. So it's going to be an administrative law proceeding, and we'll have an assistant attorney general prosecute our case there. We could also, if they delegate that, have our staff attorney prosecute the case before the Administrative Hearing Commission. For housing cases only, they are allowed to make an election within 20 days of when a case is set for hearing to elect to skip the public hearing, skip the Administrative Hearing Commission, and go straight into circuit court. And then we will represent them in circuit court and prosecute the case there. And currently we've got 5 or 6 cases in circuit court, housing cases that are in circuit court under various stages of litigation there. When we give somebody the right to sue on their request, they've got 90 days to file suit in court, 90 days from the date of the right to sue letter. If they don't file it, then they lose their right to sue. The statute also says there's a 2-year statute of limitations for using that right to sue. So you have to sue before 2 years from the date of the alleged discrimination. So there's 2 time frames when somebody requests the right to sue. They've got to file suit within 90 days of when they get that right to sue letter or the date on the right to sue letter, and it has to be within 2 years of the alleged discrimination. Or it's reasonable discovery is the language in the statute. So that provides a small amount of flexibility. If we do go to a public hearing, then both parties can introduce evidence, examine, cross-examine witnesses. We have a court reporter there. It looks just like a trial, even though it's before a hearing examiner instead of the judge. So one of the hearing examiners from the Administrative Hearing Commission will hear the case, rule on the evidence and what have you, and then make a recommended finding of fact, conclusions of law, and order, send it to a panel of 3 of our commissioners, and they will make the final finding and order. They could accept that or amend it. And once that final finding and order are issued, then either party could appeal that into court. If the finding is no discrimination, then the case is going to be dismissed. If they find there was discrimination, then they can order the appropriate remedy. They can order damages for compensatory damages for pain, suffering, humiliation, and deprivation of civil rights. They can order actual damages. So in a housing, say a termination of tenancy case, they could order actual damages for moving expenses. If they had to pay more in rent at the next place, they could get damages for the difference in rent in addition to the compensatory damages. So either side could then appeal that up into circuit court or however far it might go. And here's an example. This is a recent case, at least in terms of the court decision. This was Vermette et al. Versus Missouri Commission on Human Rights. This was a case that went to hearing before the Administrative Hearing Commission. They found in favor of the complainant. It was a failure to rent disability case. And the hearing panel found discrimination, ordered the respondents to pay the complainant's damages in the amount of $5,000 and a $2,000 civil penalty to vindicate the public interest. So Mr. and Mrs. Henderson were the complainants in this case, and they wanted to rent an apartment at the respondents' Villa Roma Apartments. Ms. Henderson used a wheelchair, and so they needed the accommodation of getting a small ramp over a 3 or 4 inch threshold to be able to get into the apartment building where the prospective apartment that they wanted to rent was. They asked the respondents to do that. The respondents refused. It was too much trouble. And the Hendersons said, well, we'd be happy to put it in, at our own expense. And they still wouldn't let them do that. So they filed with us. We investigated, found probable cause, tried to settle it, went to hearing, found against them, ordered them to pay the $7,000 in damages, and they appealed it to circuit court. Circuit court looked at the file, reviewed our record, and said MCHR was right. Upheld our order, our finding and order, and so the respondent appealed to the Court of Appeals. On February 27th, the Court of Appeals upheld our finding and, upheld our order that they had to pay those damages. And so what did they do? They applied for a rehearing or transferred to the Supreme Court. So I think that's going to be turned down. But I bet that they're going to end up paying their attorneys a lot more than what the award was. And I think they're ultimately going to have to pay the award too. So they will get the message, I think, sooner or later. But they've been stretching it out. All right, here are some changes to the Human Rights Act. So the bill was passed by the legislature in 2017, in May 2017. It was signed by the governor on June 30th, 2017, and it went into effect on August 28th. It amended the Human Rights Act in several significant and, business-friendly ways that's going to impact administrative complaints and how civil suits are going to be handled under the Act. And I also think it's going to result in a lot more litigation interpreting the changes to the law, too. So the standard of proof was essentially increased from what the courts had said was a contributing factor. So you're going to win your case if you can show that your race, your age, your disability, your familial status, whatever, caused this adverse action. It was a contributive factor in that adverse act, a contributing factor standard. So it got changed to the motivating factor. So it's not a, one of many factors, it is the contributing factor. So that's going to make it harder to prove there. By defining discrimination in terms of motivation, it precludes claims of disparate impact that Professor Oliveri was talking about earlier, which are proved not through motivation, but through statistics and how they impact disproportionately protected category. It also will exclude smaller, especially seasonal employers. I'm getting the signal here. Senate Bill 43 also abrogates some court decisions like Dougherty versus City of Maryland Heights, which established the a contributing factor standard. It also caps damages. This was a big deal with HUD. It caps the damages, depending on the size of the employer, from $50,000 to $500,000. There were no caps on damages before that. So an employer that has 6 or 99 employees, the maximum they can be awarded damages against them is $50,000. An employer that's got 100 to 199 employers, the maximum liability they have is $100,000. The maximum liability for an employer with 200 to 499 employees is $200,000, and the maximum liability for a company with 500 or more employees is $500,000. So, impacts. Well, we're no longer going to be able to contract with HUD. They've already withdrawn us from the Fair Housing Assistance Program, so we can't dual file cases with them. We cannot, get paid for investigating cases for them, and so we're going to lose all that HUD money. And, that's certainly going to have an impact on the agency's processing of complaints. So we got, more strain on our limited resources because of the loss of funds there. Again, there's probably going to be a lot more litigation about the changes in there, and there'll probably be more summary judgment cases when complainants get their right to sue and go into court themselves. We could look at also some duplication of effort because somebody could file with us, but we're going to advise them, we cannot protect you from retaliation anymore. So if you want retaliation protection for filing this complaint, you should go file with HUD. And we could get parallel investigations of the same allegations and the same parties going on there. So there's contact information for the commission. We got a complaint hotline, which is basically just an answering machine. But we check the messages and call back. Our landline number there and website and our P.O. box here in Jeff City. We're part of the Department of Labor, and they offer shared work instead of an alternative to laying people off, so you can cut people down to part-time. They help with proper classification of employees, because it can be expensive to say that somebody's an independent contractor when they're really an employer if they get caught. They also do on-site safety inspections to help employers avoid OSHA fines. So, any questions? All right, you're all asleep, or I did a good job, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Eric. We got one final speaker for you, and then I do have to thank all our sponsors. So don't pick up and leave right when she's done, so I get a chance to do that, please. Okay, so our final speaker today is Elizabeth Risch. She is the Assistant Director at the Metropolitan St. Louis Equal Housing and Opportunity Council. In this role, she coordinates the St. Louis Equal Housing and Community Reinvestment Alliance, a coalition working to increase investment in low-income communities and in communities of color by ensuring that banks are meeting their obligations under the Community Reinvestment Act and fair lending laws. She is responsible for researching bank performance, analyzing data, commenting on bank exams and applications, negotiating agreements, and writing reports on fair lending and community reinvestment performance. She also conducts research on systemic fair housing issues and oversees the EHOC, which is the Equal Housing and Opportunity Council, if you remember the acronym. They're Fair Housing, Education, and Outreach. Elizabeth holds a bachelor's degree in sociology from Calvin College and a master's in social work from Wash U in St. Louis. She is a board member of the National Community Reinvestment Coalition. We're getting a lot of good sociologists up here. My degree is in sociology, too. So let's welcome Elizabeth Risch.
Thank you all. We're a small but mighty group of people here at the end. So again, my name is Elizabeth. I'm the Assistant Director of EHOC, the Equal Housing Opportunity Council. So we're a fair housing advocacy organization in St. Louis. We work in the St. Louis metropolitan area doing fair housing investigation, counseling, enforcement. We file a lot of fair housing cases, and education and outreach. And so today I'm going to talk a little bit about our work with banks and mortgage lending, talking about redlining, fair lending, and the Community Reinvestment Act. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about banks. I'm not a banker, but I've learned a lot, and there's lots of tools that advocates and community members and local governments like the City of Columbia can do to hold banks accountable for investing in all of our neighborhoods and providing equal levels of service to all people who live in our neighborhoods. So what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about a background. Did the speaker this morning talk about redlining? Hopefully, okay, we'll maybe touch on that a little bit. Some fair lending laws, and then a little bit of background about the Community Reinvestment Act, because I've found that that's a law that not very many people know about, and it's a really powerful tool that we've been able to use in St. Louis. And then I'll talk a little bit about what we've done with our coalition in St. Louis and how you can replicate that here in Columbia. So we've talked a lot about the Fair Housing Act today, and what this does and what I want you to pay attention to is that it protects against discrimination in housing and housing-related transactions. So if you are going to a bank, there was lots of housing-related transactions that you would do at a bank or at a mortgage lending institution. Think about your mortgages, appraisals, any sort of homeowner's insurance. There's lots of kind of financial transactions that happen around your home. And all of that is protected under the Fair Housing Act. It's not just rental or sales, but it's how we're accessing credit to buy homes, to build wealth. And then the Equal Credit Opportunity Act prohibits discrimination in credit transactions. So that's things like if you're buying a car through a bank or another lending institution, if you're getting a credit card, kind of any credit transaction where an institution is giving credit and people are receiving access to that. And the protected bases are pretty broad. So we've talked a lot about the Fair Housing Act and how it protects race, color, religion, national origin, and gender. So in the way that I think about things is I'm thinking about how people cannot be discriminated against when they're applying for a bank loan or they're applying for a credit transaction, but it also can't be discriminating on the basis of what's the racial composition of the neighborhood. So St. Louis, and I'm more familiar with St. Louis, I'm new to Columbia here, so you can just shout out things like if this isn't true in Columbia, but St. Louis is hyper segregated. We've been like this for years and years and decades and centuries, and maybe Columbia is the same. What I heard briefly this morning was like, yeah, there's still some segregation happening. There's still kind of racial biases. There's discrimination that happens both overtly and also covertly that happens a lot. And so with these fair lending laws, we trust that banks are not discriminating against those neighborhoods and against those people on any of those protected classes. And then the Community Reinvestment Act. So how many people have heard of the CRA? Great. Oh, great. This is great. Okay, good. So the CRA was passed in 1977, so just a few years after the whole Fair Housing Act, the Civil Rights Act was passed. And really this was in response to some of the redlining that had been happening. So if we think about redlining, just briefly, it's if we go back to the map, there's in a lot of places across the country, including St. Louis. I tried to find a map in Columbia, but I couldn't find any of like what the Homeowners Loan Corporation is the one that made these maps, and they were rating neighborhoods based on the credit risk scores, or how risky an investment for either a mortgage or your homeowner's insurance would be. And typically, we know the history here, it was associated with race. And so the higher communities of color had higher risk, and those were drawn with kind of red lines. So these planners would kind of draw out neighborhoods and color with the red marker or whatever and say, this is most risky, don't lend in this area. And so the CRA was kind of in response to that. That was still happening back in the 70s. And so a lot of community activists and organizers helped get the CRA passed to say that we need to hold banks accountable for investing in all communities, that they can't be kind of excluding communities based on race or based on kind of different characteristics. And so what the law says is that it's that banks have an affirmative obligation to meet the credit needs of all people, of all communities in which the banks are operating. So they can't just be kind of serving some groups and not others, or some communities and not others. And it's really emphasizing low and moderate income communities, consistent with safety and soundness. So one thing I'll point out is that CRA is not a discrimination law, so it doesn't consider race. It's talking about income characteristics. So particularly low and moderate income are what the CRA is telling that banks have an affirmative obligation to provide services to. And that's where we have been able to use both of these tools hand in hand. So the fair lending laws, the anti-discrimination laws, work hand in hand with what the CRA is supposed to do and how we're making sure that banks are investing in providing services to low and moderate income communities. So in St. Louis, a lot of the communities are the same. There's a lot of lower income communities of color that have been historically left out of the banking, the mainstream financial market. Is that true in Columbia? Yeah, some nods. Okay, some blank stares. Maybe you don't even know what I'm talking about. But so sometimes we see a lot of this kind of overlap. Sometimes not, because there are definitely different types of communities. But the way that we think about this is how are we making sure that banks that financial institutions are investing in all neighborhoods and being responsive to what the community needs are. And that depends on each different kinds of community. So the way that the CRA works, so it's an affirmative obligation, saying banks have to invest in all communities, and consistent with safety and soundness. That's kind of a big part of this too. We're not asking banks to make risky loans. We're not asking them to do things that would tank kind of the bank. It's safety and soundness. We're asking for just investments that help the neighborhoods, that aren't kind of outside what the bank what is risky for the bank. So the safety and soundness is kind of a big part of that too. So the way that it works is that so all banks have this obligation. It does not extend to credit unions or mortgage, kind of independent mortgage companies. It's all deposit-taking banks. And there are 3 different regulators that oversee what the CRA does and how banks are performing under the CRA. So the Federal Reserve, the FDIC, and the OCC, the Office of Comptroller of the Currency. And so every couple years, about 1 to 3 to 5 years, these regulators will examine how a bank is doing. And so they look at their past performance of how the bank has responded to the needs of the community. And so what they look at a couple different things depending on the size of the bank. So some of our small regional banks, the one located right across the street here, would have a different type of exam than what Bank of America or some of the big banks would be. And the regulator's considering all of that. But they're looking at lending. So how are you lending to different communities and people? How are you investing? And how are you providing services? And then the regulator issues a rating. So here's your CRA rating. And that's based on what the bank's performance is under their different records, the data, and they look at what the performance context of the bank is. So are you operating in an urban neighborhood, in a rural environment? What's kind of going on in the market these days? And then the really important thing is public comments. And so this is the chance where the public can say about this bank, hey, bank, we think you're doing a great job at serving our community. And the regulator will consider that. Or, alternatively, what we find most often is the people we say, these banks are not addressing our needs in our community. We do not have access to mortgage loans. They're not putting branches in certain neighborhoods. And they're not responding to what really the credit needs of the community are. And so we tell them that, and the regulator takes that into consideration. And so what we kind of hone in on are some of what the regulators look at and what these banks are reviewed on. So without getting too kind of nitty-gritty, briefly, the lending test looks at mortgage loans, small business loans, and then sometimes consumer loans if the bank is big enough. And they're looking at what loans are going to low and moderate income. That's the LMI. Try not to use too many acronyms, but LMI is like low to moderate income. And so we look at what loans are going to low and moderate income borrowers and low and moderate income neighborhoods, which is all publicly available data, by the way. And we can find that and be able to kind of see what banks are doing well and what banks aren't doing well. Under investments and some lending, banks are rated on what they're doing for community development lending. So under the CRA community development, there's kind of 5 different definitions. So how are they providing affordable housing? How are they providing loans or investments that address economic development, so workforce development, kind of jobs, helping small businesses, community services to low and moderate income individuals. So are you providing loans or investments to different service agencies? So a lot of our social service providers get a lot of funding from banks. And this would kind of hit that community development test. Or how are banks revitalizing or investing in low to moderate income neighborhoods? And then there's kind of some other categories that are more smaller used definitions under kind of other programs that the regulators determine. But really those kind of 4 parts are what I always tell community organizations and other advocates, like these are how you're selling partnerships with banks. So really, a lot of ways that our organization, and hopefully some of you in the room do, are you're really helping the community. You're out there, you're providing a lot of services, and the banks need to be involved in this. So the way that we sell it is that banks need to be partnering with organizations, need to be partnering with the city to do certain programs that are helping low to moderate income borrowers. And so we say, make sure you're selling it as a community development, a CRA qualified loan or investment or service. And that really gives us a lot of power to be able to tell the bank that we have something that you need. You need this CRA credit. You need to kind of look like you're helping to meet the needs of the community. And we can help you do that because we are every day talking to people about their housing needs, or that we are talking about and helping small businesses get off the ground. We're working in low to moderate income neighborhoods, doing cleanup, doing beautification, all sorts of different activities that would qualify under this community development. That's the way that you can help banks invest and provide services to you or your organization or your neighborhood, because they're rated. This is a test for them, and so I always like to pass tests, and the banks want to pass their test too. And so this is how we help them, how we rank them, and how we get them to pass their test. So a lot of this data is publicly available. If anyone's like a data wonk, I'm happy to talk later, but I won't get into the details of all these, how to access data, because it can get technical and wonky, but all of this is publicly available data. And so you can find this information out about what your bank is doing. The ratings, the CRA ratings are publicly available. So you can walk into any bank. I love doing this for banks. You can walk into your bank branch and say, I want to see your CRA rating, or I want to see your CRA performance evaluation. And oftentimes banks will be like, what did you say? And they won't even know what the CRA is. So then you have to do a little bit of education to be like, well, this is how you're supposed to be providing services to the community. And it's really important because we need our banks to be helping our economy, to be helping our communities. And so you can ask to see what their rating is and take a look at how they were ranked on all of those different tests. But they'll have an overall rating of either an outstanding, a satisfactory, a needs to improve, or a substantial noncompliance. And so obviously a needs to improve or substantial noncompliance are failing grades. And so the banks always want to not fail their test. And so they have an incentive to get an above satisfactory rating. And what the ratings do, kind of where the teeth of all of this come in, is first kind of this public reputation. They want to pass their tests. They want to get high ratings. But then the ratings impact a bank's ability to merge, to expand, and to acquire. So if a bank is applying to buy another bank, they are not able to, or less likely to be able to do that if they have a below satisfactory rating on their CRA. And so that's kind of where the big incentive is, that typically banks want to grow, they want to expand, and so they want to get a high CRA rating. So they're able to do that, because if they don't, then they're have to go through kind of all the regulator hoops, and they're not able to do that. But also, I don't want to diminish this kind of public power, this public reputation power that we have in saying banks should not be failing their CRA ratings, because we're not going to take that. This is a really powerful tool and things that our community needs, and we need to hold the banks accountable to get high CRA ratings. These are public ratings, they're public data, and so. Using that kind of reputation risk for a bank is also very motivating for them to do stuff to get their CRA rating up. And that's what we've been able to find in St. Louis, is because we've started talking about this and asking questions about these banks, we've kind of raised up that reputational risk. So the bank wants to do more and wants to invest more in the communities and work to help increase access to credit and banking services and products to communities that have historically not been able to access those. So the banks kind of get this rating, but we know that the regulators have kind of approved a lot of ratings, that there's been a lot of grade inflation. So I look around my community and I say, how have these banks gotten all these high CRA ratings? Because it doesn't appear to be that they're doing that great to me. And we look at the data and it shows that, yeah, the regulators in some ways have been kind of stamping their outstanding and satisfactory ratings on some of these banks. And so a couple years ago, this report that found that nearly 98% of banks had received a passing satisfactory or a satisfactory or outstanding rating. So typically, there's not a lot of pressure for them to be doing more and getting high ratings because they're just kind of a lot of grade inflation that happens. And so the way that we know that that's a problem, and that's why we've started organizing around this CRA activity. So this is a map in St. Louis that we recently released with the help of the National Community Reinvestment Coalition, NCRC. So this shows the purple dots are home purchase mortgage loans over the past 5 years. This is 5 years of mortgage lending data. And the green represents minority population or communities of color. And so if you're familiar with St. Louis, you see the little outline of St. Louis City and North City, which is predominantly black, has no dots, zero mortgage lending, zero purchase lending that's happening anywhere. So we know that this is a problem in St. Louis. And I also pulled some data on Columbia. Hopefully you can see this. I can make this PowerPoint available afterwards to dig into this more. But what I noticed, so this is not race data, but income tracks. So there's a couple, the light color is low income tracks, census tracts, and then the kind of second gray is the moderate income census tracts, and then middle and upper. The darker kind of brown is the upper income. And the little houses represent the number of home purchase loans that have been made available in those communities. And so this is 1 year of home purchase lending. And so I see kind of a lot of dots in the upper income areas, or a lot of houses, bigger houses, and a small amount of houses happening in the low and moderate income census tracts in Columbia. And what I found when I looked at the data was about 17% of home purchase loans were originated to low and moderate income tracts, and about 83% of loans went to middle and upper income tracts, which is a very large number. So I think that's something that stuck out to me, that 83% of all home purchase loans went to the middle and upper income. Yeah.
A lot of that's university.
Okay, yep.
And then a bunch of that is rental properties.
So, yep, so all good kind of performance context. Like, that's something to consider, yeah.
Having purchases in those areas.
Right.
At all, regardless of the income.
So not at all, that there's no homes for sale at all.
Be a lower number.
A lower number, yep. So that's something to consider, too. So then I looked at banks. These are all kind of banks in Columbia, and based on the race and ethnicity of the borrower. And so in 2016, this is all mortgage loans, so both mortgage purchase, refinance, and home improvement loans. And it looked like about 1.8% of that originated loans went to African Americans in Columbia. Whereas the population is about 9% African American. Please nod your head if this is yes, or say no, you are totally off base here, Elizabeth. So that's also kind of a red flag to me, that there are some banks, there might be some fair lending issues, there might be some work to be done around banks and how they're serving African American communities in Columbia. Also Latino communities, about 1.5% of loans went to Hispanic borrowers, and the population is about 3% according to these numbers. And so that's kind of a disparity ratio, where it looks like there are a larger number of white borrowers than compared to the population, and a fewer number of African American home buyers or home mortgage borrowers compared to their population. And a lot of different factors go into this, obviously. It's not because of just racial discrimination, but there's a lot of context that happens with this. But when we see numbers like this in St. Louis, it kind of raises our red flags to say, what's going on here? what's happening to contribute to the low numbers of originated loans that are going to people of color. It could be for a number of different reasons. There's lots of history of policies that didn't let African Americans buy homes way back when, and that has a kind of a ripple effect on who has access to credit, who has access to wealth today, who has access to banking systems. But there's a lot of kind of other factors that fit into this on how banks are responding to the needs of the community, how they are making sure that they're providing equal level of services to all communities. And there's ways to hold banks accountable to increase the ways that banks are serving those communities by using fair lending laws and the Community Reinvestment Act. So I can talk a lot about data, but I'm going to kind of keep moving. Thank you for pointing things out to me, because I really appreciate that, and I think that's something to think about as you look at numbers, as you look at kind of the maps. That it's important to know your community and know kind of what's piquing your interest, what's raising your red flags. Are there anything that you need to or want to dig into more to find out what's going on and how you can change it? So this is a quote from Gail Sincata, who's the mother of the Community Reinvestment Act. She was an organizer in Chicago. And what she says is that the full responsibility for CRA has always been the job of the people. That we have this law, but really the people are the one that makes this happen and holds it accountable. So when we wanted agreements, we had to do research, demand data, solicit banks, and develop products. And do the direct outreach to the borrowers. And that's exactly what we found in St. Louis, is that looking at those maps, looking at how banks have gotten away with things, the CRA isn't possible. It doesn't work without advocates, without people organizing around it and holding banks accountable to this law. So in St. Louis, we started a coalition called the St. Louis Equal Housing and Community Reinvestment Alliance. We go by SLECRA. And we work to increase investment in minority communities and in low and moderate income communities. And we do this through the CRA and different fair lending laws. So we have about 25 different member organizations that span from economic development agencies to more social service agencies to community action agencies are involved. To more advocacy and activist level organizations, the civil rights enforcement agency, so fair housing. So lots of different types of organizations are involved in our coalition. And what we do is that we are really working on issues of access to banking and banking services, financial services. So we are really concerned about mortgage lending based on that map of St. Louis, that there are huge disparities in who can buy a home and who has access to mortgage lending in St. Louis. We're also concerned with branch locations. So how are banks located in our neighborhoods, and are they providing the same level of access to a bank branch and bank services? We're also looking at unbanked and underbanked. So because there's not a whole lot of banks in certain neighborhoods, there's a huge proportion of people in St. Louis that are underbanked or unbanked, which means they don't have a checking account, they don't have a savings account. A lot of people still keep their money under a mattress. And that's concerning because there's lots of different risks associated with that and how people are increasing and building wealth and building assets for themselves and their family. So what we do is we do our review of publicly available data. We conduct our own CRA test. And then we write public comment letters. So we're writing letters when a bank is up for one of their CRA exams. If they're applying to merge with another bank or buy another bank, we're writing comment letters. We're kind of making noise about what we think is a problem or what we think the bank could improve. And then we're ultimately talking to banks about how they can improve their service. So we are developing partnerships. We're connecting people together to say, here are some ways that you can help increase your services, your products, and your investments to these particular communities, typically low and moderate income communities, and then communities of color. And so what we have some tools on how to get data, but a lot of this is publicly available. And we talk to banks. We ask them lots of questions and sit down at meetings and ask them kind of hard questions about who's on your staff, what do they look like, what's your outreach strategy to low and moderate income communities, what products do you have? Do you have credit building products? Do you have checking accounts that consider people who may be in check systems, who don't have like $100 to pay for a monthly fee, kind of asking all these questions about how they're serving the community, how they're thinking about what they're doing in the community. Are they involved in financial education or financial capability classes? Are they funding any organizations, and what kinds of organizations are those? Are they helping with thinking about affordable housing? Are they involved in your fair housing task force? Kind of, are they thinking about any of these things? Are they involved in it? Are they funding it? And do they have any kind of products or services? So some of this is publicly available. Some of this we just learned by meeting and talking with banks. And then the Community Reinvestment Coalition, NCRC, can also help with some free data analysis for their members. And so what we've been able to find in the last 8 years since we've been doing this is that we've created new partnerships with banks. We have different community benefit agreements that we've been able to negotiate. Some of those have been voluntary, where we sit down with a bank and say, we have some concerns with how you're meeting your obligations under the Community Reinvestment Act. Let's partner together to develop some new strategies. And they say, yes, that's great. And we come up with an agreement. Other times we have found some serious fair lending violations where we've seen banks redlining, where they have 0 loans to African Americans. They have branches that are all located in mostly white neighborhoods, and they have, it appears to be that they're avoiding communities of color through their mortgage lending, through their bank services, and through how they've kind of drawn lines around where their services are provided. And so we've filed fair lending complaints with HUD and with the Department of Justice in about 6 different cases, and those have resulted in conciliation agreements that set aside certain remedies for how they're going to do it, how they're going to kind of remediate some of their past wrongs. And that has included new bank branches, that has included new products that have been created, new hires, new funds specific for lending in certain neighborhoods. And a lot of those banks say that they've made good business off of it. One of our favorite partner banks is Midwest Bank Center, who we filed a Department of Justice complaint against in 2009. And they opened 2 new branches, one in Pagedale and one in kind of North City, and they've achieved profitability on those bank branches in 3 years, where typically it's about 5 years for the bank to become profitable. They've been profitable in 3 years. And so part of what our conversation around why these things are important are that there is money to be made in these communities that have historically not had access to traditional banks. That there is, you are missing a business opportunity by not meeting the needs of the community, because there are services, there are products that people will use if you are able to provide them and know how to provide them that meets people's needs where they are. So some of those benefits that we've been able to secure in St. Louis are $2.5 billion in community development loans. So some of those are for affordable housing development, for kind of workforce programs. Some of our member organizations have been able to get new investments in their financial education capabilities, in kind of the programs that they're doing that serve community, low and moderate income communities. We've got 7 new bank branches and 3 more that are coming soon. And these are full service bank branches in underserved communities. A lot of banks say that they're moving away from full-time bank services or full-service bank branches. We think it's really important that there's still a physical location, that there is someone there, that someone can walk in the door and say, hi, how can I help you? So yes, people might be on their phones, people might be doing kind of other technology, but in some of our communities, it's still really important, and it sends a really strong message that there's a physical location there. It can be a really small location. One of our favorite models is one that partners with other community organizations, and this has been a really successful model, is that bank branches will open a little kind of kiosk or a little kind of have just a room in a community service organization. There's one that opened next to a church There's one that we're trying to get to open within the Y. So we don't want those kind of big bank branches that take up a lot of space and time and money, and the banks don't want that either. We want to think about how we're creatively serving the community, and we still think that that's physical locations with people that are able to help. We've also talked about a lot of new bank products, and so some of the innovative ones we're thinking about are credit building loan products, second chance checking accounts, and affordable home mortgage products that have lower credit score requirements, that might have some housing counseling requirements built in, that are thinking about alternative credit. So people are still able to buy homes that are qualified borrowers. We're not asking for people to make loans that are risky or for people that can't afford to buy a home, but there are people that are very well qualified that are paying just as much as rent as if they were to buy a home and pay a mortgage. But we might need to be a little more creative in how we're getting people into safe and quality mortgage loan products. One of the biggest changes that we've seen that have been successful is people hiring people that are focused on community development or community reinvestment programs. And so when banks are hiring staff people that are from the community, that know the community, that know how to serve these populations, that those have been really successful in creating new products and in increasing their numbers and really showing that they know how to serve the community. We've also seen an increase in those people are mostly people of color, and increasing the racial and ethnic diversity, which is important because it's important that the communities that they're needing to serve represent who's making decisions at the bank. And so we always talk about how are you thinking about who's making those decisions and who's serving, who's actually working at your bank. So one quick highlight from a campaign that we did last year is we signed a community benefit agreement with Enterprise Bank and Trust. It was a total of $1.8 billion that covered St. Louis and Kansas City over the next 3 years. And so this included a lot of different things that were merging with another bank. And so we had a really good discussion with them about how are you, with your expanded services, how are you really going to address the needs of the community? How are you meeting low and moderate income communities' needs? And how are you going to perform under your Community Reinvestment Act obligation? And so they committed to opening 2 new branches, or service locations. They committed goals for mortgage lending to low and moderate income communities, to minority communities, also committed to small business lending, because that's another big part of the Community Reinvestment Act, and how are we supporting businesses located in low and moderate income communities. A lot of community development lending, so this is lending for affordable housing or workforce development. They also committed to match savings accounts or IDAs or individual development accounts, financial education, affirmative marketing, so how are they promoting and advertising for the bank in all communities, and then some philanthropic grants that go to community organizations. So this was a really successful community benefit agreement, and we are still meeting with them and holding them accountable to what they committed to, and how this commitment is kind of coming out of the bank over the next couple years. So we are a pretty small group of people. We're a small but mighty group in St. Louis of community organizations that have rallied around this and have really been able to see a lot of success in asking questions and being present and using these policy tools to better serve, to better effectively serve our communities, the ones that have historically been left out because of discrimination and because of how race and poverty have enacted themselves in our communities. And so these are really powerful tools, the fair lending laws and the Community Reinvestment Act, that are ways to overcome those and ways to help build up our all neighborhoods, all people, so that everyone has access to products, to services, to investments that help them and their families, and work to achieve some sort of economic justice in our system today. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I can take them now if we have time, or I'm happy to talk later too. Yeah.
You focused on banks. You focused on banks, of course. Have you at all waded into the thorny issues of predatory lending and some of the payday loan kinds of issues, or is this just specifically restricted to banks?
Yeah, so the fair lending laws and the CRA is just, so the CRA in particular is just applicable to banks, deposit-taking institutions. So predatory lenders are under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, so they're not able to discriminate. And so we haven't done as much work on that issue because it's not CRA kind of related, but it's very tied into kind of how this system works, why people go to a predatory lender, a check casher, as opposed to their bank in their neighborhood. So we often find that banks want to work with us to kind of address predatory lending and check cashers because they see that as business that's going to them as opposed to us. So we talk about how we can, people use those kinds of services because they need to. There's not a whole lot of other options. And so how can we create better options that are more affordable for people that meet those needs that they're currently going to somewhere else for? Great question. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of how to form the question because years ago when consumer credit counseling used to be present in Columbia and before it disbanded here, student loans didn't exist like they do now. And I know that student loans were primarily have been pushed across all races, ethnicity, no matter where. And as one who sits and looks at credit for people wanting to rent, I have looked at people's credit totally destroyed by student loans. And having sat on a board of a consumer credit counseling where that didn't exist before, you're talking about CLR going to get a bank. The banks are trying to beat the exam that you all are giving them. And yet maybe some education on what these student loans are doing to people's credit, and maybe we should go a different track. Maybe it isn't always that we should go through school, maybe some trades, because I look at these tremendous student loan debts, which I realize at some point are going to be forgiven because there's no way.
Yes.
$50,000, $60,000, and they're working on cars, plumbing, and actually making good money, but they just can't get out from underneath the 8 ball and will not get a chance to purchase something because of this. And to me, it's not predatory, but it's predatory on the part of the government.
Yes.
So
Yes.
what's being done on that regard?
Yeah, that's a great question. The student loans is a big issue with other kind of consumer advocacy efforts, and really see student loans as kind of the next bubble to burst because it's gotten so profitable, it's gotten so big, and much like our housing market, the mortgage lending market was so big and so profitable back in 2007, and then everything erupted. People are saying it's very similar. It's looking like it's setting things up to kind of erupt, and that bubble is going to burst. I mean, I think on the side of banks, I mean, that's something that you should be asking kind of who's lending, who's giving those student loans, what are their obligations, and are they safe and sound loans? And sometimes they're not because they're so unaffordable to someone who's not going to be able to pay them off. So I think there's some other consumer advocates that have been thinking about how student loans are so prevalent and so easily accessible that it's harming people and it's harming our communities as we go forward.
They'll be stacked up on a minority's credit report, which might keep them from being able to purchase a home had they taken a different track and be making a good income, and could be, instead of renting, could be purchasing a home.
Yeah.
But because because everyone says you should go to college, and so they try to go to college for a couple of years, and there's other monetary reasons that you probably ought not to be in college because it's an expensive endeavor.
Yeah.
Even though your college may be paid for. And so you make the decision, well, I better get out and work, and you've got that debt on top of you, so you can't purchase a home. and you can't go to a lender to purchase the home because you've got that debt on top of you. So it may not be that the lenders aren't making the loans, it's that the person that's trying to work has that debt laying on top of them already, and they're, you know, in their 30s and can't purchase.
Yeah, no, that's a great comment, just about kind of other factors about what's holding people back from accessing home ownership. So yeah, that's a great point. Thanks for pointing that out.
Ma'am, you might take information I'm trying to share with you back to St. Louis and see if you don't see some results. Credit union, there's something called share secured. The individual of poor status, low credit score, sits down, and between the two of them, they make a decision of money they have, the individual has, that they put in one special account. They take this money from the account and then put it back repeatedly. This method is used, they share that with the IRS, and this helps to grow the credit score. Could be a revolving $500, maybe it's $1,000. It's between the person and the lender. But I was told somewhere along the way that banks would rather not mess with these little loans. Well, what you just said, there's things happening. How about giving him a chance or her a chance with this thing I'm referring to? Then a year or two from now, they come in and want a house. They've got proof.
Right. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that specific term, but it sounds like a credit building kind of loan product. And so some of the banks that we've worked with have been able to develop a new product that's similar to that, where they are either set aside a certain amount of money, like in a CD or something, and then someone pays on that every month. It's a pretty small monthly fee or a small monthly payment that then over a period of a year or a year and a half, they're reporting on that payment every month to the credit bureaus, and then your credit score can go up. Especially if you don't have any credit, then that's helping to build your credit to help enable you to do other purchases like a car loan or a house loan. Yep. So yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, and we've seen more credit unions be more receptive to products like that, and it takes a little bit of time to get some of the banks to do that. But that's a great suggestion for some of the banks that need to be responding to the needs of the community, and they should be able to offer that kind of product. And there's lots of models from banks around the country that have been able to do that, and they should be able to get CRA credit for that. So don't just limit yourself to credit unions. Go ask the banks the same questions. Yeah.
I'm gonna exercise my privilege as MC to ask a question. So I spent the first half of my life in St. Louis and the second half of my life here in Columbia, and I can speak to saying that yes, St. Louis is a very, very segregated and divided city. Columbia, we have some of that. My personal perception is it's not as bad. Every city of any size will have some sort of historical mark of segregation. St. Louis is just so much worse. I guess my question has to do with Columbia being one city with one school district and one fire district and everything sort of unitary within that, and you have to work in a context where there's like all these little tiny suburbs that are the result of white flight. Mm-hmm. The city itself is a distinct legal entity from the rest of the county. And what sort of challenges do you face in working across those many different sort of municipal and other forms of boundaries?
Yeah, it's a big challenge. I don't know how much time you want to spend on this, because we could talk a lot about a lot of the different smaller municipalities have been, some of them were formed as a response to segregation and wanting to be an exclusive community, and we see them still enacting policies that keep their community segregated and have some of the more discriminatory policies just on its face with some of these municipalities. So it's very challenging when we are identifying issues at municipalities and then have to go to 90 other municipalities. Yes, I said 90 different little municipalities to challenge the same thing. The positive side on kind of banks and working on financial institutions is that there's they all have either one of the three regulators, and so it's a different sort of institution. Banks are still kind of a large institution that have a lot of power over our communities, and the CRA is one tool that we've been able to work with that is kind of outside of the realm of politics and local government, that have been able to help address some of those changes. Yeah, no, that's great. Great. Well, thank you so much.
Okay, so that concludes our Fair Housing and Lending Seminar for 2018. But before you go, please give me a moment to thank our sponsors. That includes the Missouri Commission on Human Rights, the Columbia Board of Realtors, City of Columbia Commission on Human Rights, and the Disability Commission, Columbia Apartment Association, Central Bank of Boone County, Inclusive Excellence Boone County, Columbia Housing Authority, and that was it. There was supposed to be an and before that last one. And of course, I want to thank all of our speakers for today, Rigel Oliveri, Eric Kriegel, Gary Kramer, Elizabeth Risch, and Randy Cole. And then, of course, I want to thank the city staff for putting out a lot of effort and doing a lot of heavy lifting to make this event happen year after year. So thank you all for coming out. I think there's some leftover taco stuff. Maybe go munch on that. But then, no? Oh, sorry. False promise. But hopefully I'll see you all here again next year.